Probably turn on my mic. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the 2027 budget presentations. We have 2 days scheduled for this, 2 long days, and we're excited to be here and listen to all the requests. We will start this morning. Councilman Faulkner will lead us in the pledge, and Councilman Roberts will lead us in the prayer.
Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please join me in a moment of thanks, prayer. Dear Heavenly Father, we stand here humbly before you, and we thank you. We thank you for giving us another day. We thank you for letting us assemble here this morning to do the people's work. And we thank you for this beautiful season and all the beautiful green we see outside in the nice weather. Dear Heavenly Father, we ask that you give us clear minds and kind hearts and help us do the work of the people to the best of our abilities. We ask this through Jesus Christ, our Savior. Amen.
Thank you very much, John. Okay, with that, I think we can open up the presentations. Alan, do we need to do any other business before we start that?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay. So the council has been presented all the budget documents, and we have a schedule, and we will try to stick to that schedule as best we can. And first up, we have CDB, Gary, and Lori, and
Thank you. Okay.
hey, good morning. Thank you, Sherry. Thanks for your patience and understanding with me.
Good morning. How are you?
Morning, thank you.
Well, good morning. I am Sherry Matlock, manager for the Convention and Visitors Bureau. With me this morning is Sam Beckham, our CVB sales manager. He came on and was part of our team starting in April. He's been a great asset to our team, helping us bring new activity to Kokomo and Howard County. Also here this morning is Lori Dukes. She is the president and CEO of the Greater Kokomo Economic Development Alliance, who we work very closely with. We have a management agreement and work very closely within economic development for the community. And also would like to give a shout out. Pam Isaac is also one of our board members, and she's here this morning. So thank you for this time to allow us to present our 2027 budget to you. I provided 2 documents. The first document is the Form 1. That is the document that we provided to the auditor's office last month. The other document I provided is a document that our board approves. It gives a 26 and 27 comparison for our Convention and Visitors Bureau budget by different line items. Same numbers, but different line items of how we categorize our budget every year. So I want to start off by just kind of giving a quick summary and update. As you know, the Visitors Bureau is funded 100% by innkeeper's tax. That innkeeper's tax is collected from visitors that stay in our hotels and our Airbnbs here in Howard County. We currently have 14 hotels and approximately 75 short-term rentals or Airbnbs in Howard County. We will soon have 15 hotels as the Hilton Garden Inn Hotel will be opening in downtown this fall, and we're excited for that to be online for guests to enjoy staying in downtown. Last year in 2025, we collected just shy of $1.5 million in innkeeper's tax collections. The tourism industry here in Kokomo and Howard County is strong and thriving, and we're excited to share a little bit of that with you this morning. This year, in 2026, we did budget $1.5 million for our innkeeper tax collections, and we are currently on track to meet, and we will likely slightly exceed that this year, which I'm excited to report. So our projected revenue through innkeeper's tax collections for 2027, we are estimating $1,595,000. The primary increase, a reason for the increase from 25, 26 to 27 is that we will have that Hilton Garden Inn hotel property fully opened a full year in 2027. And every time we see a new business class hotel come online, we see a bump in our innkeeper tax collections, and we're looking forward to that property with 108 rooms being open later this year, and of course, a full year next year. So that's why we're anticipating an increase for revenues for innkeeper's tax. For the Visitors Bureau, we have line itemed different categories for our operations budget. That includes personnel costs for salaries and benefits for Sam and I, the two full-time employees of the Visitors Bureau. That also includes contract services. That includes our management agreement with the Greater Kokomo Alliance. That has been a wonderful partnership and collaboration, and through the shared services that we receive in the collaboration with their staff, we will continue that co-op with them for shared services into 27. We also have significant line items budgeted for marketing and advertising. That is primarily what we are here to do for the community, to lead promotion and to lead community support and marketing. So between printing a visitor's guide, our website, marketing and advertising support, that is a huge part of our budget and a primary purpose of what we are here to do and to serve. We also have research services as part of our operations budget. We think it is very important every year to collect data, such as hotel data, data on our Airbnbs. Periodically, we do economic impact reports. We just purchased this year a brand new economic impact calculator tool that will allow us to be able to quantify economic development in sports. And then next year, we'll be purchasing a meetings module to be able to identify the economic impact from meetings and conferences. So research is a piece of our operations budget. And then other things like meals and entertainment, office expense, training expense, postage, because we do mail out a lot of visitor guides. So those types of things are listed in our operations budget. A large item in our marketing budget that I want to share with you is sports marketing. That includes hospitality support and also bid fees and sponsorships to keep and to grow the sports tourism market here in the community. That has become increasingly very important for the entire community. And of course, baseball is a big sports market here in Kokomo with some of our facilities like Kokomo Municipal Stadium and Championship Park. But this year in 2026, we secured a brand new event with a 3-year contract, so we'll be hosting it for at least 2 more years. It was a NCAA Division III college softball championship event. It's the Heartland Conference, which includes colleges like Rose-Hulman and Hanover College, Manchester. We hosted their softball championship in May very successfully. We have a 3-year contract, so that was a brand new event for us to bring to the community. We're also continuing to host a very prestigious softball national event, Alliance Fast Pitch. That attracted, we're currently in the midst of that right now. That attracted 412 softball teams from across the country into our community. And of course, they have hotel stays. They're spending money on restaurant, food and beverage, shopping, attractions. So that's great for our economic development of our community. That event equates to about 19 consecutive days of softball play utilizing multiple facilities here in Kokomo, including Championship Park and Kokomo High School's softball stadium. So that's been a great event, and that ranges from 10-year-olds to 18-year-olds. We've also budgeted in our Visitors Bureau budget for bond repayment. So we do have a pledge with the city of Kokomo for bond repayment for the Kokomo Conference Center. And we have budgeted for that about $425,000 per that pledge. We also have a sinking fund of approximately $50,000 just to set aside money if we need to ever have a declining year but still need to meet our bond payment obligation. And we also have about $250,000 in special project funding that we are still setting aside every year. So part of our budget is melded between Visitors Bureau operations and then Conference Center operations with the new Kokomo Conference Center. So the Conference Center, we are budgeting both revenue and expenses for 2027. So I'll talk a little bit about that. We are currently working with SSG Hotels. SSG Hotels is the owner and the operator of the Hilton Garden Inn here in downtown that's connected to the Conference Center. We have a management agreement with them now that's fully executed that they will be operating and managing the Conference Center for us on our behalf. And we're excited that now that construction is finally complete after nearly 2 years, bookings have been well started and events will be starting soon. So we are very excited for this new project. So for the Conference Center, for revenue, working with SSG Hotels and utilizing an updated market study that we did last year, we have budgeted just over $1.4 million for gross revenue for Conference Center sales. And we've also budgeted approximately $1.4 million for Conference Center operating expenses. Operating expenses really include everything from payroll to utilities to food and beverage purchases. Really anything to operate that facility is included in those numbers. So we are currently in a soft opening period. Events have started booking and have been booking now for about a year. We have events starting in August. Our first big public event is August 20th. And then, of course, we have events booked throughout the end of this year, 2026, and we have events booked in 27 and even in 28. So we're looking forward to hosting new visitors in Kokomo through these meetings and conference opportunities in the new facility, and just very thankful and looking forward to this being another economic impact driver for the community. It is also the new home of the Kokomo Automotive Museum, which we are very excited about. The permanent collection of the Auto Museum is in the lower level of the Kokomo Conference Center. There's approximately 10 Haynes and Apperson vehicles, and there will also be a motorcycle that was built here in Kokomo in 1910 on display. We have an agreement with the Auto Museum for the display and the curation of these vehicles, and are very excited to share that with the public and all the visitors that will be coming to the conference center. So I encourage all of you to go to kokomoconferencecenter.com to learn more about all of that. And we are just really looking forward to 2027 being another growth year for tourism here in Howard County. So if there are any questions regarding either Visitor Bureau operations or the Conference Center operations revenue, I'm happy to answer that. But you have both Form 1 and also the comparison of 26 to 27 for the Convention and Visitors Bureau.
Sherry, a couple
Yes.
questions. First off, thank you for being here. Thanks for the update on the convention center. Is there a general number for a maximum number of people that could attend a conference at the convention center? What would that number be?
Sure. So the ballroom is set up to host, if theater-style seating, just chairs, no banquet tables, just over 1,000 people.
And what if
So-
there was like a dinner involved?
Sure. If it was a banquet style where there were dinner and round tables, 675 is the number that can be accommodated in the ballroom. That would most likely be the large space that would be used for like a banquet or a keynote for a conference. And then on the second floor, there are 6 breakout rooms. So 675 banquet style, or about 1,000 people if it was just like a theater type seating for the conference.
I'm not saying this will happen, but for about a year, I've been talking to the leaders in the Indiana Lions. I'm a member of the Roosevelt Lions Club, and saying, hey, I think the Lions of Indiana should look at the Kokomo Conference Center as a place to hold, maybe not the state convention, but like a midwinter conference that they typically hold in January. And they say it's booked, that midwinter conference is booked for 2027, but look ahead to 2028. And I
That would
asked
be
you a couple of questions about Sam. I'm not sure, but I think I met Sam at the Kokomo Municipal Stadium, and he was cleverly disguised as Jax of the Kokomo Jackrabbits. And here's a thought that I had. What if we had a invitation to a number of schools and had a drumline competition? You know, that would be something that might attract a lot of people and a lot of things. I know it seems to me, having been a band parent at Western, that most of those band competitions were like a one-day thing and in the evening or afternoon. But what if you had something like an overnight drumline competition? And I think Sam would be the perfect guy to promote something like that.
Well, thank you for those suggestions. I think that would be really amazing to have something like that in the community. Speaking of something along those lines, we do get overflow from the Drum Corps International event that's held in
Yeah.
Indianapolis, and
Yeah.
we draw.
I mean, that attracts families and grandparents and all
Yeah,
kinds
absolutely.
of people. You know, so
Yeah, thank you for that
even maybe
suggestion.
invite the Marines or something. Say, hey, bring your drum line and use that. Just a thought. And with Sam involved with the convention center, I think it perfect fit.
Wonderful. Thank you for that suggestion.
You?
I was just curious, so like the hotel being a tremendous anchor, the conference center, are there other businesses that you've sought out or that have come to you and said, you know, we'd really like to be downtown Kokomo because of this project, that you anticipate in the coming years, or?
Sure. Yeah, if you'd like to answer that.
Again, I'm Lori Dukes. It's nice to see all of you. That's the great partnership that we have with the CVB as being part of the Greater Kokomo Alliance. We are continuously through all 5 divisions seeking those opportunities. So for the past 2 years, as this asset has been under construction, we've been working with our Chamber of Commerce, we've been working with our Downtown Association, as well as our Economic Development Manager, Caitlin Sheets. To identify those opportunities, we've been working on programming throughout the last 2 years to support at no cost to our small business community, different trainings that will be assets to help them grow and expand existing business, as well as those opportunities to share information widely from what we are able to attract to the community so we can fill those gaps or voids that might currently be there. One thing that we are regularly communicating to businesses is as this asset comes online, particularly for conferences that are booked, let's say a Monday through Friday type of event, we know that those will conclude probably in those core business hours, probably in that 4 to 5 o'clock p.m. timeframe. Another thing that we know through feasibility and marketing studies is this: once they come to the community, they want to park their car and not get back in it. So we've been sharing that knowledge with businesses so we can help them identify, or entrepreneurs identify, what are things in a typical downtown business community that we don't have, and particularly businesses in the downtowns typically close in those afternoon hours and are open on weekends. So that certainly opens up a window of need, because if we potentially have 1,000 to 1,500 guests in the community as a result of a conference, then knowing that they don't want to get in that vehicle and drive somewhere out of the community, what can we continue to attract for those off business hours that they'll be in conference, so they can go out to eat more and they can have entertainment and things of that nature. So We have a lot of that discussion that's been ongoing for years. We have a lot of programmatic opportunities that are currently in play, as well as a plan for the near future. So thanks for the question, and that's exactly how we think every day. I'm
Sure, yeah.
Thank you.
Sherry, when someone wants to visit the auto museum, is there a charge for that, or is it?
There will be no charge. We're still identifying what their days and hours will be for open to the public visibility, but there will be no charge.
Do you know when it will be opened? Will it be opened before the hotel itself is opened, or will it be, is
So-
it available now? How are you managing that?
Sure. Are you talking specifically about the auto museum?
I am.
Yeah. They're not quite open yet. We are still in a soft opening period where we're still training staff, testing out equipment and systems and so forth. So I would imagine by the end of August, we hope to have those hours set and communicated out to the public. And then in September, we don't have a date quite yet, but in September is when we're anticipating the hotel being open. And then we will be fully opening and launching with them at that time.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Sherry, go ahead. I'm sorry, Martha.
Okay, well, we got to see the building yesterday. I was really, really impressed. These two girls have done an amazing job designing and thinking of everything that we're going to need, being prepared. I think we are going to have a very successful hotel and conference center, yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Sherry, after you mentioned the NCAA Division III softball championship that you secured, you mentioned something else about another tournament that involved a lot of teams and great numbers. Could you please repeat that? I didn't
Sure.
quite catch
It's
that.
called Alliance Fast Pitch. We host the Alliance Fast Pitch Championship Series here in the community, and we have had this partnership for the last 4 years. But starting last year, and with a 4-year agreement, we are hosting all age groups, 10U to 18U. Prior to last year, we were rotating, so some age groups would go to Oklahoma, some age groups would come here to Indiana, some age groups would go to Southern California. Starting last year, we negotiated with them, and we host all age groups, all of their tournaments and all of their championship games here, split between our community and Grand Park and Westfield. So that Alliance Fast Pitch is a national softball, very prestigious event in our country that softball teams and many of the 17 to 18-year-olds go on to play NCAA D1 for those schools. So we had college coaches in our community who were recruiting during the event. Really high-level elite softball play was happening. So the all-star game that they host was broadcast on ESPN Plus from Kokomo High School's softball stadium. And so not only are we bringing visitors here through softball, but through the broadcast and through all different types of awareness, we're promoting our community outside to the whole country.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments for Sherry? Thank you very much for the update. Appreciate all the good news that's going on, and I do appreciate being a little bit part of the board of Jaquita and understanding some of the things going on behind the scenes that you've just shared with everybody up here now. So thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you all so much, and I hope you have a great day.
Yep, you too.
Thank you.
Okay. Next up, we have County Extension. I don't see Allison's pretty face, but that's okay.
So I'm going to have all of them introduce themselves first in case you don't know any of them and just remind you who they are.
Okay, I'm Jody Schmidt, and I am the 4-H Youth Development Educator for Broward County. This is, I just finished my third fair, so somehow becoming a veteran, although it's a position you learn every moment.
Levi Single, Ag and Natural Resources. Scott Dio, 25-year plus member of the Howard County Extension Board, and teacher, a member of the County on Agriculture Research Extension and teaching, citizen advocate.
And I am Sam Williams. I'm one of the regional operations leaders for this region that Howard County is a part of. Eric Hillis is the other regional operations leader. He directly works with Howard County, services Howard County. But yes, the Hillises are on vacation, and so I told them I would do my best to fill in. So I'd kind of like to share some of the changes that are happening with Purdue Extension, how that changes your contractual services number and ultimately affects your budget, but is a decrease. So that is exciting that we're able to decrease our budget for all of you. So with the changes last year, the contractual services agreement moved to a service-based agreement instead of physical people in each county. So we are moving that to a regional model. So instead of our educators serving a specific county, they will be servicing the region. So for example, Matthias will be an ag and natural resources educator for the region. But this allows us to have our educators specialize and focus on a specific area within their program area instead of expecting them to be a jack of all trades and know all the things about all the things. They can service the whole region on a specific focus area, and hopefully that will retain them because they can focus on their expertise, their passion, what they really enjoy doing. So what does this mean for 4-H is typically the next question we get. So county fairs are not moving to a regional model, though there will still be a Howard County 4-H fair, and likewise there will still be a 4-H professional identified in each county. So Jody will continue to be the 4-H educator for Howard County. She'll work with volunteers, she'll work with 4-H members, and she will work with individuals leading the fair. So there will still be a 4-H showcase of some sort in every county to highlight everything that our 4-H youth are doing. But she will eventually have a specialty area. So for 4-H programs regionally, she will be able to focus on something specific to offer program regionally on that specific area, as all of our educators will have a specific area to focus on. So with
Can I ask you a quick question on that?
Yes.
So for the specific specialty areas, would the regions for each of them, like if you have agriculture, you have nutrition or something like that, would the regions be the same or would the regions be different based on the fact that you have different specialties?
Yes, great question. So there are 15 educators across our region of 7 counties. So we have 4, so thinking about A&R for Matthias, we have 4 A&R educators, so they each have a different focus area, so they will serve the same region. However, if there is something specific that we need, that we don't have an educator in that specialty area, we can reach across region lines. But for the most part, he will just be serving this region. Our A&R educators, all educators will serve the region, but if there is a need across regional lines, then they can service other regions. But that region is the same. So for this region that Howard County is a part of, there's 7 counties, Cass, Carroll, Clinton, Howard, Tipton, Miami, and Grant. And so all of the 15 educators will serve that whole region. Does that answer your question? Okay. Any other questions on that before I talk about contractual services? So the contractual services number is $145,000. So the numbers this year, as they were revamping extension, moving to a regional model, the most equitable way to identify contractual services numbers was based on population. So counties that have a population from 70,000 to 149,999 have their contractual services number is 145,000. Now, with our educators moving to a regional model, some of the things that are encompassed in that contractual services number that were previously a part of the county budget include educator mileage, educator computers, anything that was previously tied to an educator to a charge back to the county is now part of that contractual services number because they are serving the region. We can't divvy that up and say Howard County's going to pay this much, Tipton's going to pay this much. Because they are servicing the region, those numbers will be lower in your budget for mileage, professional development, computers, because they're tied to educators who are now serving the region instead of a specific county. So then ultimately that decreases your overall budget. So what other questions do you have? And hopefully we can answer them. If we cannot answer them, we will take that back to Eric and Allison, and they will get you an answer on that specifically. But
This may have already been addressed, but where is that budget shortfall made up? Because I know you said it's going regional, but who pays that?
It's
Or is
all
that-
based on population. So while Howard County is going down, there are other counties that are going up because there wasn't a formula previously of how the numbers got to where they were in the past. So Purdue Government Affairs, Purdue Legal worked to figure out, and population-wise was the most equitable way. So there are counties that are going up that will account for the shortfall, if that makes
Okay.
sense.
How are you guys going to make up for that in your, if you have a short, it sounds like you have a shortfall or you have less budget, so maybe I'm misunderstanding that.
So the budget is less, but it won't, I'm trying to think of how to explain this.
Is the,
Yeah.
If you give a broader overview, so as far as budget, extension budget in general, for the past 20 years from the state has remained flat. And so we are working from 20 years ago from our budget. And so there's already a shortfall. So we're trying to make best efforts in order to make up that shortfall with redesigning everything as far as based on populations, the way it is. So, does that
Okay.
answer your question?
I mean, yeah, I just want to make sure you guys have what you need in order to do the job that you're doing. And so it just, on paper, it looks like you're losing money and you already had a shortfall.
Statewide, yes, there is a shortfall there, yes.
But-
In the county, you guys have been more than gracious, and we have had everything that we have needed in the county.
And that still goes forward in 27?
Correct.
Okay.
So, yes, Howard County is going down, but overall statewide will not go down because we're adjusting for the population. Does that make sense?
Sure.
Thanks, Matthias. Any other questions?
Well, I think perhaps, I think Allison mentioned that although there's a short fall in the Howard County requirements to pay for the extension office, that she requested that if there is a county-wide raise, that of course,
Yes.
the extension office staff be included in that.
Correct, yes.
Yeah. If, that's a if, and it's
Yeah.
the biggest word in the dictionary.
I understand.
Yeah, John, to address that a little bit, our staffing in the office, they are county-based staffing as where educators are Purdue-based staffing. And so they are paid through the county funds, just like any other county employee. So,
Thanks.
Our nutrition classes that Allison has given in the past, will they continue?
yes.
Will Allison continue with them or somebody else?
Probably not Allison, because Allison is actually moving to an extension specialist role. So she'll be able to focus a little bit more on early childhood development, which is where her passion is, and she'll be more of a statewide. So she's actually getting kind of a promotion through this whole transition. Through
Will
this
you
thing.
be teaching techniques of grilling?
No, I will not be teaching any of that. So.
So,
There will be somebody, we don't know exactly who yet, but there will be somebody in HHS covering nutrition
Yes.
classes in Howard County.
there will be, so for the region, I said 15 educators. So there will be 4 A&R, Ag and Natural Resources educators serving the region. There will be 4 Health and Human Sciences educators serving the region. There is 1 community development educator serving the region, and then there's 6 4-H educators. So one of the first things as we move to this regional model that we are asking educators to do and working with educators is to figure out specific needs of all of the counties in the region so that we can figure out where our focus needs to be, where everybody's specialty area is, so that we can really address those needs.
I was wondering if anybody in the extension service has a good recipe for Himalayan stew. It's when you
Not
find
that I
it,
can think of, Frank.
it's when you find that nice fat possum, find a Himalayan along the side of the road.
I think you gotta go to Tennessee to find some of that.
Oh, wait a minute, I don't know. We don't have to go
They
that
might be able
far.
to help.
They're gonna cut me off if we keep talking.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Very good presentation.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Stevens, you want to come back?
Gee, Scott.
Come on up. This is on page 47 to start with.
I'll get to the page there. Jeremy Stevens, Information System Director, also has IT. Included with your standard, so I got a printout that I kind of made, and should be included in your package. I think it tells a better story, and I like to talk about my budget as a whole. It's pulled from two different funding sources, the general and then the cumulative capital fund. I just like to talk to it as a whole. I can break it up if you'd like, but it's a very simple story, this request for 2027. It is an increase, around 5%. That increase is not anything that's in my control, so to speak. It's not discretionary. It's made up of two things primarily: the computer maintenance account, which is what pays the annual service agreements and contracts for all the software that departments have. And vendors, if you look on the back page, that is a breakdown of just the computer maintenance account and the reason for the increase. As you can see, the bulk of it is labeled as new services, but they're not really new services. We'll see the CrowdStrike, KnowBe4, and Udemy. Well, we already use those services, and in the past 4 years, we have not paid for any of those services, as we took it, we used a grant from the state, for the Fed, the SLCGP grant, and they've covered 100% for the last 4 years. Of course, that was a 4-year grant program, and the 4 years are up. And so, but one thing that's nice about it, I'm actually on that committee to help spend that money. And so, one thing that we didn't just spend the federal money to improve all the local government cybersecurity, it's an ongoing benefit. So our CrowdStrike before the program was an annual cost of $50,000. Now because of this SLCGP grant, they've increased the amount of license counts and combined them, and so everybody in the state, local governments get a volume discount now. So our ongoing costs, we're saving $15,000 every year by partaking in this program, which I think is a wonderful thing. And it's the same thing for the KnowBe4 and the Udemy. The KnowBe4 is the CrowdStrike is basically the new antivirus. That's what people call antivirus, is EDR. The KnowBe4 is what does the annual training and the monthly fish assessment tests, and the Udemy is staff training. It's online training, you pick and choose. So that's the bulk of the increase. The other items, if you notice in number 2, state services with no budget line. Those are items that just got included. So like you'll see the NEC, that's a new annual maintenance service contract. Or there was a fingerprint reader machine put in one of the courts. So somebody, we try to put all the annual service agreements in the IT department, kind of visualize them in all in one place. We can track what we're spending on what. So that's what that is. Same thing with the CSP, the Community Service Program. Number 3 is unavoidable. The vendors that raise their annual costs. You can see the vendor list there and how much they went over, and that's using numbers from this year, right? So what I paid this year in their annual maintenance cost versus what I budgeted, that's what's over, that's what I'm budgeting for the next year, right? 'Cause some of them haven't even come in yet, I'm just based off, quotes.
So you're budgeting for next year what you're actually paying this year.
Yeah, and then at the end, you'll see I do a little bit, the little green bar, I'm increasing it a little bit, just to cut, because I know that they're gonna raise it.
Right.
So I put a little buffer on there at the end,
Okay.
because I try to plan for that. But the last couple of years, the buffer I put on is usually not enough, but, it is what it is, I try to.
That's the 11%?
Yeah, 11% of the computer maintenance request, so, the basically $7,800 extra, is what I budgeted. Note on that, I just playing with the sliders, when I was preparing this budget, trying to get these numbers down to, I was trying not to go over a 5% increase, trying to keep that, I think that's kind of sane. And so that's where I got that number. So that's the majority of the increase in my 2027 budget request. The other is listed under other services and charges for the general fund, an extra basically $10,000. That is an increase of our GIS staff augmentation, GIS coordinator. We do not have a dedicated GIS department. We have an outsourced coordinator, somebody who can step back and look at all the departments as a whole. And so the departments aren't making maps like the planning commission making their map and dispatch making their map. Just tying together, coordinated, and that's what that gentleman does. Does a great job. I was hesitant with the program at the beginning, but I've seen his output. He's really doing a great job. And of course, every vendor increasing their prices. Now, I wouldn't say this is a pure $10,000 increase. It's more like 5 or 6, but I had them itemize and break it out this year, right? So when I itemized it and broke it out, part of that was in the computer maintenance, and I broke it out, and I was like, let's just keep this clean. So, but that's a $10,000 increase than what it was in the 2026 budget.
Jeremy,
Yes.
hate to interrupt you, but on the number 3 there, the vendors that raise their annual cost, you have one here that raised their cost 50% over the year, and another raised their cost 30%, 29.8%, another one 43%. Is there other companies that you can
Yeah, I'm all the time.
put up against them?
looking for options,
And
right?
I say it because we have another department that did that very thing, used one company to bid against another company, and they brought down their budget by $100,000.
Oh, no, that's a great suggestion.
Yeah.
And, I don't know how to prove it, but I am looking for that. I make these vendors fight. When you look at, for example, the 50%, the computer imaging software, Smart Deploy, I mean, I've looked for other deployment solutions. And this is the lowest cost. This is low. You know, we're not, we're not buying the top of the line premium grade, because I know what my budget is. So I have to find these lower cost vendors. Sometimes these lower cost vendors, they realize what they got, and then they increase it. So like, for example, the team support, the IT ticketing software, if you look at it, 43% sounds like a lot, and it's a big percentage increase, but if you look at what it is versus, like, their annual cost, you know, they were only charging $2,400, 5 users for 12 months for the whole system, for the whole county, right? And so they raised it up to $3,400. Okay? So it's not like some of the department software that has like a $70,000 cost annual, and then jump. You know, these are small numbers, but the percentages are larger percentages. And, I mean, I have looked, and we tried to implement, for example, the IT ticketing software. We tried to go with another one, maybe Ninja. Tried it. Didn't really work out, and wasn't, because the idea with the ticketing system, we need is to get the tickets in, make the process for the users as easy as possible, or we won't get the tickets, we won't track. they'll just either won't put a ticket in, or they'll just call, right? And then we can't track and, what we're doing, what needs doing. And so, but no, that is a good suggestion, and I promise you that I always look for alternatives. I have no vendor love. And so if a better product comes in at a better price, I'm going. As evidenced by the switching all our internet out this year for Barrycom, which we're getting all faster speeds at a lower price. So hopefully that kind of points to, I do that, and I'm actively looking, so.
Great explanation. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, so that's pretty much it. One thing I thought you guys might want to just realize or note is that looking at the second page, the equipment, you'll notice a $25,000 reduction. Well, that's the reduction, if you recall from earlier in this year, well, I asked for the servers to, you guys do a 5-year payment upfront to remove the finance cost, to save money.
Yeah.
I usually ask for $25,000 every year just for those servers. Well, we don't need it every year now. You pay for it. That's that reduction. So want to make sure you guys caught that. And the overall story, when I put this together, I never displayed it like this before, and I think it's kind of helpful, is if you notice, the IT budget is 1.19% of the overall county. I checked around. My other county peers, our size, bigger size, smaller size, and I haven't found one that's that. Every single one is, the rule of thumb they hit is 2 to 4%. Now, I on one hand, doing a great job with what I have, and that's good. But I really want you guys to think about, do you think computers are going away, or are we going to use less of them? And what kind of shop do we want here? And it's your call. You're the one that feeds the money. But that is a 1.19%. And I challenge you to go to the business world, our peers, other agencies, see if you can find another one that's operating at that. So I just wanted to point that out. I also want to prepare you, the instructions for budget submissions were not to include any personnel or salary, and I obeyed and followed that directive. But I do want to prepare you. I will be making a PAC request that will be coming up, so just kind of putting that out there for everyone. But as for this budget, that's what I have, a 5% increase due to annual maintenance costs from our vendors.
So, well, what kind of a PAC request are you going to make?
Oh, it's going to be a great one, Martha.
Is it?
It's going to be a great one. So it's your standard PAC request, Martha. Just
Okay.
not
This may,
new personnel. How about that? We're increasing salaries, trying to increase hours.
okay. AI, which I don't know anything about. Is that something that we are looking at to use in the county? Or is that something that, I don't trust it, but I don't know what you...
I'm glad you asked about that. I won't ramble on too much because you can get me going.
Okay.
But yes, I am a big fan of AI.
Okay.
I recognize its dangers. I have a draft AI policy in place, kind of massage it a little bit before I take it to the commissioners and get it officially adopted. I know several departments that utilize parts of it. I actually put on an AI class for the county where I took 10 people, I solicited the department heads, said, send me your 10 people if you want, Send me the good ones that you want to learn, and I'll put on a class. You know, the basics of AI, how to use it, how to access it, and then set them loose. Now, it's worried about guardrails, right? Well, the federal government has paid Perplexity, which is an AI provider. Anyone with a .gov email address has a free Perplexity account with the guardrails up. Every county employee can use it. They sign in with a .gov. Well, I showed them that, showed them how to get to it. We ran through some practical examples, like one of the easiest wins is, you know, Excel spreadsheet formulas. Those get tricky, no one can remember them. You just tell it what you want, it'll give you the formula. We ran through some of those, so yes, any opportunity, I have a whole network-based monitoring system that I'm not paying $10,000 a year for, that I built with AI.
That you built?
Yeah, I built with AI with some Raspberry Pis, one-time $800 cost, instead of these annual vendor costs, right? So I'm looking for opportunities, but we have to be safe. The danger is don't put PII, don't put sensitive data into the AI. That's the biggest risk. Don't do it, right? And don't trust it. Don't put sensitive data in and don't trust it. That's the two risks. But in the end, it's just a fancy prediction machine. That's all it is. It just predicts the next word.
Okay. Okay.
So that, yes, I'm looking at it every day. I love it, and I'm up in it.
Okay. You haven't had the training yet?
No, we've already conducted the training. We had
10 people?
I think it went well.
And, okay, so,
And I think it went well. I'm going to offer another round, and I solicited it for 10 people. I got 10 people one day. It was more demand than I thought.
so you're gonna have another one?
I'm planning on it.
Okay,
I think it went pretty well.
okay. Did you go?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was good.
It was great.
It was great. Best meeting I've ever been to.
There.
Jeremy,
Thank
thank you
you.
for your impactful 1.2% of the county budget. That's very
I do what I
important.
can,
We couldn't operate without the computers and the support for that.
No.
A couple of years ago, we were concerned about the possibility you were training people, they were getting up to speed and doing good things in computer technology and then going off to something else. Are you feeling good about the stability of your staff?
Well, I feel good about the stability of my staff, but we'll address some of that in that PAC request, right? But I don't blame anybody. I mean, you guys, you can look at the market yourself, and I've been here 23 years. I don't want to say I got stuck here, but the younger kids, they're 3 to 5 years in, they get some good stuff. I would blame them sometimes for jump ship and getting stuck, right? But I think they love their job. They do a great job, and so there's no complaints there. But it's a challenge to resist. Everyone has to weigh the perks of being a county employee versus the perks of not being a county employee, right? So
Money talks.
Yeah. But they do a great job. I don't think they're unhappy to the point where they're raising the pitchforks. But it's my job to make sure that we have a stable environment and that we feel like at least there's some potential, right? It's like they're moving forward, while the rest of the world is moving forward. At least they're dragging along, not just stood still. So.
Appreciate that. That's good leadership. Thank you.
One question I have is, I can't remember exactly, but I feel like we cut your budget last year a little bit to do a little bit less of the computer replacement on the 5-year schedule. I assume with this budget here, you're still kind of cutting that and not trying to.
Well, I didn't reduce it because I'm trying to maintain it, but yeah, this year for this budget was a reduction in the proactive computer replacements. And
That's what I'm getting at. So if there was a need to increase something in your budget, that would be an ask other than the personnel.
yeah, so if I were to increase it, there are basically three things, you know, the PAC request, right?
Right.
And I'm not even saying we get to 2, I'm saying an idea, maybe we go to 1.5. And the items that I would, we've got strong bones for our network. We got these last 2 years, thanks to your help, I don't know if you remember, but one of the items was a core network upgrade. We have 10 gig fiber between every single one of our buildings, except Howard Haven, that's way out there, but every one of our buildings, 10 gig fiber connection, solid, all brand new switches. And it's a wonderful thing. We actually have counties coming tomorrow, and we're putting on a little demonstration, you know, like the story, what we do, where we go, where we were, where we are, how we get there, you know, because other counties want to see it, right? And I want to show off a little bit. We did a great job. And so, but the core is great, but now we have all the switches that the computers plug into, right? So I would use that extra money to fill all those switches and bring them up to speed because they're about 12 years old. As well as increase the proactive computer replacements. And I'd probably find a couple tools I've been eyeballing in the realm of security that would kind of bring it all together. I have to, you see my budget, I have to pick and choose. And when I evaluate the software, I'm like, how much bang for the buck do I get? And what am I removing? Or does this justify an additional appropriation? So that's basically what I would do. Switches, security software, and extra computer replacements.
Okay. Well, I guess I'm cognizant, because I know you made that cutback last year, and I don't want us to fall behind. So that's why I was asking if there was a place that we could maybe add, if you would be willing to.
Yes, the
fix that back
equipment
up.
line would be one of the ones
Okay.
that could use some bolstering.
Okay. Well, we'll work through that. But just something as you were talking, and thought about that.
And I figure, my plan is, this is the budget, this is the operational budget, this is what it's gonna take to just keep running, and with some standard maintenance, right? I am compiling a list of the switches. I'm gonna come, and I'm just gonna it's an additional appropriation request. You can turn it down, but at least you'll know the numbers, right? That's kind of my idea.
When do you think you'll have that?
2 months, because I got a couple this year's projects to wrap up, so.
Okay. All right. Possible.
Any other questions?
I just wanted to comment, I appreciate your forward thinking year in, year out regarding the IT department. It's going to be one of the fastest moving departments over the next 5 to 10 years. And so I appreciate your projection of what reality looks like, and your consistency over the last several years of, you know, seeing what we need and going after it. I don't see that slowing down when I talk to other department heads of their needs from IT. So I appreciate you prepping us for that, and you know, the discussions we've had, you know, regarding your department. So I just wanted to make that comment, and I've clearly seen where you have held the line on expenditures that could have gone up. So, you know, I appreciate that effort and, you know, your labor to make that possible. So your words and your actions match each other.
Well, thank you, I appreciate that.
I agree with what he said, yeah, because I feel like that you tell us the truth and you try to stay ahead and you don't tell us anything that's not true, okay?
My bad.
Yeah.
Any other questions for page 47 or page 72 of Jeremy's presentation? Also, I like the new layout of the budget books.
Nice
Good
job.
on that.
Yeah.
This is nice, yeah.
All right.
Nice
Thank
job.
you.
Thank you.
Next, we have David. His page will be 13 and 14.
So I've just tweaked a few things on here, for the most part. Most of the line items are pretty consistent,
but there's a few of them here that I would like to ask for a small increase, and I'll kind of explain why. I mean, the main ones are my gas account, the uniform protective clothing, contract services, and some of the equipment. I mean, first of all, the gas, just with current gas prices, I bumped it a little bit. Who knows for sure where they'll be next year, but I did put a little cushion in there for that. The uniform and protective clothing, I bumped it up a little bit because unfortunately I've had more turnover on the deputies than I'd like to have, so I had a little bit extra expense there that I allowed it for. We're getting there slowly but surely, but I have a little extra cost there. Contract services, probably the biggest one, where I saw the increase from 2024 to 2025 with my bill we get for our Xerox machine. It comes annually. I don't know where it's gonna be. Actually, I'll have it here in about a month. It comes around, last year it came around the end of August. But from 2024 to 2025, it increased by 39%, or about $335. So I learned last year was my first year, I learned when that bill came, I looked into it while there was such a big increase, and basically the answer is every time you hit print, the meter's running. So I learned to try to let everybody know and only print when you really need to print, because that was a pretty significant increase from the entire budget that I saw from previous years. And then the only other one I asked for a little bit for the equipment fund. There's some of the equipment we use that's disposable, that the price has gone up on it a little bit. So overall, when the total comes together, I'm asking for basically a half of 1%, which is $2,000 on the budget.
So explain that again on the contract services. They charge you based on how many times you print a document?
Yeah, every time you hit print, that meter's running. I did not know that until last August when I got that bill. Like I said, it was up by 39%. There was an increase of 39% from the previous year, which was $334.
So you never know what your bill's gonna be.
I don't know what it's gonna be. I'm gonna find out here in a month. It came last year I paid at the end of August. So I don't really know, you're right, I don't know yet for next year what it's really gonna be, but I basically asking for about half. I have a little bit of wiggle room there. I'm asking for about half more of what the total increase was from the previous year.
Is there something special about your Xerox machine that's different from other departments that?
It's a good question. I have absolutely no idea.
Yeah. Okay.
But I did look into that because, like I said, it really caught my attention when that bill came last year. I was like, why did that go up so much?
Do they give you amount whenever you make your agreement, when you purchase your Xerox machine? Do you have an amount on your contract?
I don't know. I mean, that machine was there before I came.
I was going to say, usually there's somewhere where they're supposed to tell you how much
Yeah, I
that
mean,
is.
that's a good question. I don't know.
Yeah.
But I did look into it last year. I asked that question, why did it bump up so much? And they'll give you a report. I mean, they can tell you how many times. They can tell you if you printed black and white, color, whatever you printed. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Appreciate your work very much.
So that's everything there. Any other questions, anything there? The only other thing, I just wanted to bring this to your attention. I mentioned this to Daryl once, and I mean, this is not really part of this per se, but just since I'm in front of all of you, as far as on here, there's $30,000 stays the same, of course, for the allocation for the deputies' pay. And right now, it's fine. I mean, there's plenty in there. I just want to let all of you know this, just kind of plant this seed in case this becomes an issue down the road. I mean, you probably know that, EMA does most of our transports. When we need to transport a decedent, they do most, okay? And as you know, they're volunteer. Like most volunteer organizations out there anymore, I think they're struggling to get new people. And, they do a phenomenal job. We cannot do it without them. But there has been a lot of times this year where they've either been unavailable, or for a while there, they had a couple people that are out sick, injuries, this, that, and the other. And like I said, most organizations I don't think are some of them are getting wore out, I think. I mean, obviously, none of us are getting any younger, getting a little wore out, and they're not getting a whole lot of new recruits. So what I'm getting at is, when they don't have anybody available, we have to do it, which is fine. I have the manpower to do it, but when I do that, I have to call in more people, and I call in more people, and naturally, it costs more. So right now, budget-wise, I'm fine, but I just want to let you know, if it continues in the future, that, I mean, that might be an issue as far as just salary-wise. Because I've been keeping track, like so far year to date, there's been 22 times where they had either no one or one person. And when that happens, obviously I have to call in additional staff. So I just wanted to make, I think I mentioned it to you, Daryl, once. I just wanted to make the rest of you aware of it just while I was in front of you. But
So
they
you
do a
said
great,
chief
they do a
deputy.
phenomenal job.
You said chief deputy, but did you mean the part-time?
I meant the part-time.
Okay.
Did I say chief? I meant
Yeah.
the part-time. I meant the part-time deputies, the line item with 30,000.
Yep, yep.
That's really all I have, unless you have any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, David. All right. Moving on from there, we have Prosecutor McCann. And I don't know where you want to start, Mark, but we've got the general fund up first, if you want to start there, unless you've got a whole presentation laid out for us, so.
Yeah, and there was some late information came in yesterday, just to kind of
I don't know if I
give you
have.
an overview. I've been working on this for a while, and essentially trying, well, I'm proposing to restructure I guess the labels that are contained in the current budget. They've been used for many, many years or decades, and I'm just trying to update all of those. The bottom line, I guess, is the good news that if the proposed budget and restructuring is adopted, I will have accomplished that by reducing the budget based on the 2026 approved budget by 1.4%. So what this does is kind of modernize where we are. There's been a lot of changes in our office. There's a lot of changes in technology. There's a lot of changes in the workforce and the pool. We have done a lot without full staff, nothing having to do with money. It's just trying to find the people to do it. I think we'll come in this year where there should, I'm not making any promises and I don't know the numbers, but you know, we've been short several people and getting by. So I think at the end of the year, there may be some unexpended funds left in the general account. This is simply a restructuring, not growth, not adding anything. We have added some full-time experienced prosecutors, restructured the executive director who's doing the things that I've been doing for a long time, so I can now do the funner stuff. I have asked, based on their structure, to increase and rename, along with additional duties and responsibilities, a few line items. Purpose of that is to, I guess, reward their, 20, 30 plus years of service, their experience, the current market rate, and for retention, which is probably the most important thing now. Saves on training and the process of hiring. We all know what that's all about. So I'd like to work off the proposed restructure than the approved 2026 budget. I'd say the money is 1.4% less overall. And that's just by essentially moving money around versus asking for more.
Is this what's going to be discussed at the PAC? Okay, thanks. Thought so. Thank you.
What'd she say?
She nodded her head yes.
Oh, I thought it was Paige, whatever Paige said, now carry on.
Yeah, no, I guess that's what I would say is, sounds like you've already done that, but probably run this through PAC. Run this stuff through PAC, because I'm not well versed, just shorter notice to go through all this. So-
Yeah, it's,
Were you able to fill that job for executive
Yeah.
deputy prosecutor?
internally, Christina
Okay,
doing a fantastic job keeping place together and policies and stuff that just haven't been able to get to in 4 terms.
Yeah, so for what it's worth, my math is right. What Mark has before you this morning is about $22,700 less than what's in your book. So that jives, so it's a little bit less, and it's 1.4%. You're spot on.
Yeah, well, AI. I was listening, Jeremy and I, we talked, and I'll just, if you get me on that, Corvettes, guns, or watches, it's gonna be a long afternoon. But, in all honesty and seriousness, I've been working on, with AI, about 8 different models over the last 18 months. I've been using them essentially in my private office to kind of beta test those. We've not implemented anything in the prosecutor's office. It's remarkable how far we have come in the use of that. I think, Frank, you asked me how, at one meeting,
yeah,
asked me, you think it would.
like letters and stuff,
It will greatly, it has, in my opinion, greatly impacted
I'd have-
our office.
how to use AI to politely tell somebody that they're a real idiot, right?
Yeah, well, funny, I just did that. It wasn't for this meeting, that was for, it said, I used draft a SH email to that person. It came back and said, here's a less peed off version for you. That, you know, you don't want to read this in front of a disciplinary commission. So, but we're using Axon Justice, which is the producer, when we have body cams on our investigators. It transcribes. The time savings is incredible. It's a little expensive. We're paying about $53,000 a year for that. The AI models I use, I'm, as Jeremy said, you got to be confident in them. I've got about 3 of them that I'm confident with the security that is as much secure as logging into our prosecutor system, state system, and it's impressive. And I don't think my staff cares for it much because I can, you know, whip something out that would take me 6 hours that I wouldn't do. I could do in 5 minutes, and then looks like I spent 6 hours on it. So I'm excited about that. We're probably going to release that, something to our office, be it the perplexity that Jeremy talked about that's been approved, government approved, probably be the start. I'm still kind of working my way around that. But then, you know, we have Anthropic Chat. There's another one called Harvey. You know, I can talk all day about it, but it is the future now. I always say it's in the Superman movies. There was Lex Luthor, and I think there was one comment is, you know, he was a very bright villain, but you know, if you use your powers for good instead of evil, everything works out. But unfortunately, you know, there's going to be some downside to it. I just don't know what that is. But I think I believe it makes deputies and our staff can make them more efficient, more accurate. It's always going to take a human to review it, especially in the justice system. I just saw where somebody just implemented a robot judge. And there's a movie out about that also that's pretty neat. But it processes all the data and comes to a conclusion. And going to make an editorial comment, I better not. But there's good to that. And some of the judges in the criminal justice system's using that to process a lot of data quickly that normally necessarily wouldn't take the time to do or accurately do. So anyway, I think you'll see, you're going to see a lot of that in the future, not only in our department, but in others. That, I mean, just an example, I got 15 cases that I had a deputy reviewing as a full-time position. Superior 3, like over the weekend, we get 15 cases on Monday morning. I will take those into my secure system, plug those in, say, review these for me. I look at the cases, make sure it makes sense, turn it back, and within 15 minutes, I've reviewed 15 cases, gave my charging decision, it'll recommend. I look at them, I always usually make changes, but it's pretty right on, and that would have taken half a day. So, a lot there. Talk about Corvettes or guns or watches or anything now. I'll roll on for all afternoon, so. Anyway, I haven't said that. Are there any questions?
If I can say something, I'm hearing a lot of good things about AI, and okay, that's good. But I do fear that while if we get too attached to it, that we'll be like some of the younger people that their brains have atrophied because lack of use, lack of concentration, lacks of contemplation, letting the computer do all the thinking for us. And that's just a word of caution that I just have to throw out there, because AI is good, but a little caution too.
But good thing it makes dumb people look smart. At least I can read, their letters and understand them in emails,
So my comment on AI is that Carrie suggested that I write a song about our government. And I wrote out some lyrics and stuff, and then her husband helped me actually make it into a song using AI. I was very appreciative of that. Then yesterday we had a conversation, and I told her about another song I was thinking of. So just now, I just wrote down an idea for a country song. Howard County prosecutor used AI to ...
Yeah. Well.
Stay tuned.
It's amazing. I mean, I can go into it. I use it constantly with, auctions or buying something and, screenshot something, run it through a model of auctions, comparing prices, what's a good buy, what's not a good buy, cars, timepieces, guns. So, and, it's good for medical, health, my health records. I dumped them all in, and it kept track of them, and then give me questions I asked the doctor, go in. And then I wouldn't necessarily ask him, but I'm making sure he's hitting, checking the list here, and it's been very helpful. You get immediate answers.
Good for home repairs too. I can't do anything, but I put it in there, it tells me how to do it.
Yeah. And I don't know, YouTube, they talk too much. I just want to, here's how you do that, and you got some guy like me standing up here just rambling on. Okay?
Good.
Anybody got any questions on the general fund more for Mark on that one?
I like the idea that you're looking at ways to reduce budgets by moving things around and possibly making changes where changes need to be made and being forward thinking about that. Congratulations on doing that.
But just a final note, I've had a pet peeve about the justice system and how people are treated depending on the judge. So, and that's just human nature. And our deputy prosecutors charge them. They may charge something. What I'm trying to do is build something that is consistent more of a policy, not, but it takes into consideration, here's what we do that we've done in the past that's similar to this, to treat that defendant fairly, or, treat the victims fairly also. So I think it'd be kind of a gold standard. And we're already there with the Axon. We're way ahead of all the other counties with the Axon justice system, body cams, record keeping, filing, so excited about it.
I heard a comment this morning about how to do well in whatever you're doing. It happened to you, pastor, that was talking about how to do well in the area of expertise that you're in. And the advice from the senior leader was just 2 words: good decisions. And the younger person came and said, well, can you tell me how to make good decisions? And the senior leader said, experience.
Yeah.
And the younger person said, can you tell me how to gain experience? It says 2 words: bad decisions.
That is good, and it's true.
All right, so the next fund on our list was, I'm jumping ahead because I'm trying to plug numbers here. Page 43, which is the prosecutor Title 4D, general fund, page 43. And looks like from my numbers, if I'm stealing your thunder, Mark, feel free to jump ahead of me, I'm sorry.
No,
There's about a 30,365 reduction, about 4.2% on the new packet that was given to us today.
I apologize, Darrell, which one?
I'm on the prosecutor Title 4D in the general fund.
Okay,
The total amount is 695,412, total expense amount.
all right.
But it's about 30,000 less than what was in our book that we were looking at prior to having this, so.
30,000 less, isn't it? Yeah, I think, I've been moving as much as I can over to the incentive fund instead of the general fund, because there's
Appreciate that.
$300,000 in there.
Yep.
So,
Is that something you're kind of drawing it down and then we'll move stuff back to these accounts once that gets drawn down, depending on the balance of it?
I don't think if I continue and not increase the amounts that I take out, I don't know that fund would necessarily diminish that much. It kind of stayed. My goal is to keep 100,000 in the law enforcement account, about 300 in this account. And then diversion, we've got a number that we kind of stick around as our rainy day funds.
Great. Anyone else have questions on that fund for prosecutor? Sorry, just trying to give everybody a chance to weave through all this here.
I should be the one apologizing. I sent it in.
You're all right.
This paper was due a while back.
It's a good problem. Mind your way. He's got like 6 accounts, so we're trying to chug through it here. Was it, I can't remember, I'm jumping ahead just a little bit because I'm working. On the Fund 4905, the bad check and copy, was there a discussion last year like that thing is just kind of flatlining, like you aren't really getting a whole lot more revenues in that, or maybe that was the stop violence against women?
That's
That was the grant.
Yes, to your answer, and
Okay.
then the stop grant went away,
Yeah,
which is the 8109.
yeah. Great, thank you.
Bad check business doing. You still get them?
Different forms of,
Are your deputy prosecutor positions all filled?
No. Well, yes, in the criminal side, child support, no. We've got a full-time coming in next week, August 3rd, that will fill it all up, correct, on the criminal side? And then 4D, we still have a half a position and no, just a half, like, one part-time.
So good on getting that one position filled, right? You've been working on that for a while.
Yeah. Got it. His name is Cole Becker. Becker. I know it really well. No, he's a trial deputy up north in St. Joe County for quite a while doing high felony cases, so he's hard to do, and he'll be here Monday. Cole, right? Cole. Cole.
So you've hired an experienced prosecutor from a different county? Good for you.
Oh, yeah, I'll steal them. I'm not ashamed anymore. I used to play fair. I don't anymore. They take mine. Just like the judges
Yeah, well,
take my employees all the time. So train them up and
Yeah, so it looks like for my real quick snapshot here, most of these are dropping a little. There's one, the 8897 goes up a little bit. Other than that, you're offsetting your entire budget, it looks like.
yeah, and the 8897 stays.
yeah, that was the
That's the intent.
Christina's supplement.
Okay, well, for my real quick run through, I'm good. Does anyone else have any other questions? If I'm pushing you, slow me down here. Okay,
You ever stood behind here?
have I?
Yeah.
Not for this group, but I did at a stormwater meeting and some commissioners meetings, yeah.
All the elected officials, department head put graffiti and we put little things, notes about you here on here, so it's a little diarrhea stuff.
I'll go see what they say about me real quick.
No, all good stuff, as far as we know.
Thank you, Mark.
All right, thank you all.
Thank you.
Have a good one. Clear behind me.
Okay. Oh, no, you're good.
So this would have to be reviewed and approved at back.
So, yeah, my recommendation, and it sounds like maybe he's already got turned in a Form 4 PAC request, is anything that's doing with job titles and changing of pay or whatever should go before PAC, so.
Okay, got it.
Not every one of those had something to do, but I believe there's some title changes too. But yeah, so obviously his general fund budget. And then yeah, both of his funds in the general fund need it. 511 does not. Yeah, I think it'd be those two, maybe the 88, 97, so otherwise, I think that's good. So, all right, ready? Next up, community corrections.
Apologies, I'm fighting through this cold, so try not to hack up here a lot.
All right.
Okay. I'm gonna try to simplify it because I know it can be a lot. So I'm gonna try and simplify it and explain it the best that I can. First that you'll notice, I know we've talked about it, is trying to simplify salaries. A lot of them were split around a lot. So I tried to work through that, and I got, for the most part, all but like 11 people will be split amongst funds. So that should make it simpler. And so that's a big change that you'll see on the funds. You won't see as many people split across all the different funds. I don't know if you guys got a copy of it, but if not, I can give you a copy. I used Councilman Roberts' Excel sheet that he used, that he made for 26 for the budget, and I used it for 27 to help simplify and show it all. So if you guys don't have that, I can send that to you guys too.
I'd like that, please.
You what?
I'd like that, please.
Yeah, I can definitely give it to you. If you guys, I have it if you want to at least look at it right now.
Do you have 7 copies?
I don't, but if you want to see it, I know.
No, you're
okay?
fine.
Okay.
You're fine.
Okay, so county general, approved budget last year. What I'm requesting is higher. Part of that difference, though, last year in the middle of the year, we moved the assistant chief's salary into county general. So that is not new for this year. We kind of did that last year, so that's an increase. And then the other difference is about 56,000. Part of that, I know we've had some conversations with some, but we took a big hit from our grant. And so some of that's still that difference. I'm still working through some of that and trying to figure out where I can do some of that coverage. I've placed it here in the meantime, but still gonna work through those numbers towards the end of the year and try to figure out what we can do for that. 56,000, that's the difference that I put in county general. And there's some of the state mandated increases amongst these funds also this year, which is about, I think just over 54,000 this year for state mandated salaries. 54,701 is the increase this year. Project income, so it was 2542, it now has to be 1122, so that's the number difference that you see on that. I went through, there was conversations, the budget lines were kind of budgeted pretty high compared to what we brought in, and so I really worked to try to reduce that, so there's a pretty big reduction in that amount. I left a little bit of a cushion. What I did was I went back over from 2020 to 2025, line by line, and compared to what we spent and tried to put our appropriation around that, the amount that we needed appropriately. The grant, like I've talked about before with some, it was reduced, which is 1132. It was reduced by $271,318. I say 1132 because 1132 and 9118, it was all DOC grant. Part of that $271,000 cut is the probation part of the DOC grant. So basically, instead of splitting it amongst the 3 funds or the 2 funds, they just put it all into one fund. So 9118 will no longer exist. That is part of this $271,000 cut, which was that probation part was $101,897. Bracelet cost. So what I'm doing for part of this, where the reduction comes from, is we were at $410 a day. We got the company to come down to $325, and then now we're still working on. They're approved to go to $270 a day, so that'll also help save cuts. So that's where I was able to take some of that reduction cost from. We also are currently not filling 2 guard positions, which equals just over about $91,000. If work release continues to be full and get full, I'm going to need those positions. So just to keep that in mind, right now I wrote the budget for 15 guards, but if it is full, we will need those full 17. So that might be something for discussion at a later point. The 2,000 adult probation and admin fee, there's a decrease there. I just dropped it down to a $40,000 transfer line. I matched it to be closer to what the fund has as a cash flow into it. Same with the juvenile admin fees, 2050. I decreased it by 7,000 to get it closer to what is in there if we were have to do a transfer, the cash flow. 2,100. Is our adult probation user fees. This is a reduction, but the benefits were appropriated there, but they have not been out of that fund in a long time. I think those were moved out of earlier years prior to me because that fund could not sustain it. So I took those appropriations out there to show what is actually appropriated and being spent out of that fund. I also budgeted for part-time POs. Like last year, I was having to request more funds to pay them what they could make. So there's a small increase in the part-time employee lines in 2,100, but that is to mark what they could make up to that point. So we hopefully don't have to come back and ask for additionals for what their salary is. 2,150 is the juvenile user fees. There's a small reduction there. That's because the full-time PO was marked down to a part-time PO, and at a lower salary scale, that line would be much smaller. The alcohol and drug user fee is a reduction, but this was technically done last year in the middle of the year when we moved that assistant chief salary out of that line into county general. So that's why that fund is reduced. 8131 is my victim assistance grant. That fund was reduced a little bit, but it's still enough to cover that entire position, including the FICA, perf, and some of the insurance that the person takes. They don't take full benefits, so if they do at some point, that wouldn't cover it completely, but it is covered completely at this point. And then, like I said, 9118 no longer exists. 9135 is the pretrial services grant. I have that the same, which is $25,000. Last year, I believe there was some benefits that were appropriated, but that ended up not getting approved last year through the grant, so it was only $25,000 for this year, or for 26, I guess. I still have not heard back for the pretrial grant yet for 27, so I don't know what that looks like yet as far as if we're still receiving that 25 or not. And then the 2 juvenile grants are the same. I think Connie was here last night to get some of those, if not both, appropriated. There's no changes to those. Those are the same grants that they've been receiving. And I think that about sums up those funds.
You just covered a lot of ground.
Yes.
A lot of ground. If you don't mind, I think it'd be very helpful if all the council members could get a copy of that Excel sheet with your changes on it, so we could see it at see the whole
Yeah.
picture at a glance?
Yeah, I can send it to you guys as soon as I'm done here, so you guys have that.
Because there's how many different funds there? 11, 13?
I think we have 11 because the probation one was taken away. However, we have to add a commissary one, so we'll be back to 12.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
You say you have to add a commissary fund?
Yeah, I've been working with Jessica on that. They we've
forgot
had the
they did-
commissary
they
with
did
the work
change that,
release,
yeah.
but they've changed it to where it has to be in its own separate fund now. So we'll just have to sweep it instead of going into 2542 or what we're calling 1122 now. It'll have to go into this new commissary fund.
Which, if I remember right, there may not be a great return on that, but you have to make it because so they
Yeah, sometimes I don't even think the last few sweeps we've even swept anything from that fund because in the machine with the company we work with, you have to keep a certain amount in there for the clients that are currently in work release to use those funds and to pay and all those kind of stuff. So we haven't really even swept it the last couple of times.
What would be the difference between a adult probation administration and supplemental adult probation?
So there's an administration fee of $100 when someone first signs up, and by the statute, the admin fee and the probation user fees that they pay monthly have to be in separate funds. So that's why they're separated into that, in that way. And that administration fee, it's the $100, but it's like their first month payment. So instead of $30 a month, it's just the $100, and then it's $30 a month after that.
So the $30 a month afterwards would be the supplemental,
Mm-hmm. Yes.
but basically a fee from the person that's on probation.
Yeah. And that's how the same works. I mean, they're different amounts, but juvenile too. That's why you see two different funds, just because of the statute. They have us put them in two different funds.
Life easy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I'm still plugging away, but ask questions, anybody, if you have any more for her. Probably what I'll do is try to tally all this up and get everybody like a cumulative total. We'll probably try to.
I think for the most part, all funds are pretty much a reduction except for the county general has a little bit more that I'm still trying to work through.
How you like your job?
I like it.
I'm glad.
I have a question.
Okay.
Great God, there's so many different accounts to control. It's
Microphone.
very confusing.
You gotta be on the microphone.
Over here, I don't have a mic.
I know, you have to go to the podium though.
Do I?
You need to go to the podium if you're gonna speak, so it gets recorded.
Up there?
Yes, please.
Don't make me get up.
Jeremy needs a lapel mic for everybody out in the crowd.
Really? It's definitely a great job because there's so many accounts. And it's always been difficult ever since I've been commissioner. So I don't understand all the accounts. But I have a bottom line question. Is there a way to say what's the overall increase on all of this?
Yeah, I could, as far as the increase on what I'm requesting. The only increase I'm really, I think, I have to double check myself, but I'm pretty sure it's just county general right now, which is at 56,000, which is part of that DOC cut that I'm still trying to work through. But I don't think the rest of them, I think the rest are all reduction.
So the overall increase is about 56,000. And that 56,000 is in what?
It's in the county general fund.
Okay, but in what areas? Salaries?
Salaries.
But if you're looking at overall, total overall, it wouldn't be 56 because there's going to be reductions in some of the other.
Right.
Yeah, so it's probably more of a law. I mean, 1122, which was 2542, has a significantly big reduction because it was budgeted at like 2. And it's down to like just under 1.5. So
Kudos to you guys for understanding. Thank you.
That's a leap of faith.
Yeah, well, I'll try to compile that because I know it gets a little bit fuzzy because we've added some new funds and taken some away. But
I'll send that Excel sheet because I think that'll help kind of simplify it from what Councilman Roberts had made it. It helps simplify it so you can see it in that manner. It might just look obviously a little different because not so many people are split across so many different funds too. So you'll have to kind of navigate through seeing those differences. But those are even washes from what I switched people around. I just made sure it was even.
Well, I think you win the contest for the most complex budget. And so, nice job.
Thanks.
Yeah.
She did it so well, we went from 10 minutes behind to 15 minutes ahead.
There you go. Longer break.
Yeah.
yeah, I guess a comment I will make is I do appreciate you being open and willing to try to get ahead of these challenges or not get behind them, I guess, and communicate with council and commissioners and your board and try to work through these challenges because I know it's not been easy with the continued reductions coming from the state that they mandate we pay your people and then they cut our funding to help on the backside of that. So I do know community corrections funding is a hot topic at the State House for this next year, so I'm hoping that we can continue to make some progress to help out your department. So.
Yeah, I know the IACAC and the Popeye board both are really pushing to kind of help with some of those conversations about advocating for community corrections in general. So hopefully some stuff comes from that within the next year or so.
But your work has not gone unnoticed, so thank you.
It's wonderful. I appreciate the consistency. I mean, I've seen over the years so many positions paid out of so many different funds that it's really been complicated, and you're trying to correct a lot of that now, are you not? And awesome. That's all I can say.
Yeah, hopefully it continues to work that way. Yeah. Okay, thank you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, as Brian said, we're running a little bit ahead, which is good. So we'll take a 15-ish minute break. And if somebody gets here to present, we'll go on ahead. So, yeah. And I apologize, I didn't have the file on my computer. It's on a thumb drive. I left it at the office. Otherwise, I could have probably pulled all that stuff up for you guys right away. So, all right, we'll break. Do I need to hit the gavel?
Mute your mics too.
If you want to.
No, please.
Dumb question. Where did he get the stuff for this? For information? Where did this come?
Yeah.
Not busy at all. Okay, I think we have everybody back. That was a good little break. We will pick back up with the Plan Commission and Mr. Sheline. Is that mic?
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Morning.
First off, before I get into the budget, I want to make a short announcement that I am retiring at the end of the year. I've had some health issues, and I just can't do the daily grind anymore like I used to. Jessica Calderon, who is now the Assistant Director of the Plan Commission, will be taking my position once I leave. She will do a much better job than I have, so you are in fantastic hands. So this will be my last budget. Unfortunately, as we always run into, since we're a city-county office, we don't have the numbers that I would love to bring before you today. But Jessica and I talked, I think we're good where we were at last year. We've added a few small things to the budget and then one big thing that I need to talk to you all about. Unfortunately, a couple of weeks ago, one of our planners unexpectedly put her 2 weeks' notice in, so that kind of put us in a tailspin. So we're taking one of our clerks and moving them up to the planner position. And so we're in the process now of hiring 2 new clerks for the Plan Commission. So all said and done, we're not increasing help. We're still going to be at 5 full-time employees and 2 part-time like we have been for years. Actually, we're saving money because Jessica's position was office manager. Now her position will be taken over by a clerk. And then Trish, who is moving to the planner position, is being paid a planner 1 salary instead of the planner 2, which is less. So we're actually reducing salary cost through all this restructuring. So the only thing that I really added to the budget for this year, other than the normal stuff that we have to for perf, and you all know that better than I do, our code enforcement officer, Mike Besser, has been working really hard in the city and county both. He's only making $15 an hour, so I'm asking to raise his salary to $25 an hour. He's out every day in the car working city and county, trying to make things better. And then Rhonda Hill, who is one of our planners, is also, she took over the flood administration job from me last year, and we paid her $5,000 for that. And the intent was to raise that another $5,000 for this year. So that's what we'd like to get that pay up to $10,000 to the floodplain administrator. A lot of counties our size have full-time floodplain administrators. They're paying them $70,000, $80,000 a year. So I think we're getting a pretty good deal here. And she's gone through the process to get all of her schooling done, and she's doing a really good job. So the other thing that I want to talk to you about, I almost, for the last 2 or 3 years, I've had $20,000 in the budget for, to start to redo the comprehensive plan in the county. I've had some discussions, and I think a lot of folks want the Plan Commission to get on board with the geo permits. Greg Blake's office has done that. Who else? Amber Toll's office. Health Department's done that. I think that would be beneficial to all of us to get that done. We've gotten quotes from the folks from Beacon from that. So what I would like to do is to keep that $20,000 in the budget for the geo permits, to get that started either later on this year or definitely start in 2027 for sure. Get that started. I think it would be beneficial to all the departments if we can all see what permits we've issued. There's so much phone calling and emails back and forth and text back and forth. I think we would save a lot of time for all the offices involved if we can get on the same page with that.
What is geo permits?
It's just permits that you can get online, so you can do everything online now. If you want to still come to our office and do it face-to-face, we're fine with that. But with the geo permitting, you can do it online. Our staff can do everything. We can answer all their questions online, so folks don't have to come in, which would help minimize the traffic in the Plan Commission as well. So with that being said, I know the county comprehensive plan needs to be updated desperately. So I went before the city controller's office Monday of this week with our budget for the city. And theirs needs updated as well. So what I would like to do, if the county's on board, I'd love to see, get the city and county comprehensive plan updated in the same year and just be done with it. We have a firm out of Indianapolis, Craig DeVault, they're a law firm. They have a lot of attorneys, a lot of land use attorneys. We've used them before to update our zoning ordinance in the city. Do a great job. I've contacted them. They're supposed to have some numbers for me. I was hoping to have that number today, but I didn't get it. So I'm guessing to redo the total comprehensive plan, this is a guess on I'm guessing we're talking $30,000 to $40,000 to get that done
And
for the
that's
county side, and probably that much for the city as well. Obviously, the county would be responsible for 100% of that. The city would be responsible for 100% of their side. That
So-
doesn't get the 55-45 split like we do on everything else.
It
So
would be
that's
like
something to consider.
40,000 for each side, is
Yes.
that, okay?
Yeah, and that's a guess, Martha.
Okay.
I may be a little low, I may be a little high. That's just a educated guess from what we've done in the past.
But this is something that needs to be done
It is.
It
as,
does.
as
Yes,
we
it
march
does.
forward.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
you know, the comprehensive plan, a lot of people don't understand what that is. It's a guide. We get stakeholders together and we go through everything. It's a guide for how we want development done in the city and in the county. It's not a hard and fast rule, but it is a nice guide to have to keep the development going in the direction that we want. So, yeah, I think it's important, and I will say, I hope I'm not speaking out of turn, I could be, but with Jessica taking over, that's a lot that's going to have to be put on her plate to start with. So the city, I think, is going to ask me to do some consulting work next year to get both of those plans done in the city and county both, which I'm certainly willing to do that. I mean, I can do it, I'm willing to do it. If the city and the county wishes me to, that's fine. If you don't, that's fine as too. I'll be happy being retired. But that's something that the city's looking at, I think, to help Jessica out, because she's gonna have her plate full anyway. And to do two comprehensive plans in the same year would be a lot. Because we're also upgrading the multi-hazard plan as we speak now, and that won't be done until probably mid-27. So we're working on that right now. So those are the only increases that I'm aware of. So unless you all have questions for me, that's.
Greg, I have a question. You mentioned a little bit ago, Planner 1 and Planner 2. Is that based on years of experience or
Yeah,
license, or
Well,
what's
no,
that
there's
based
no
on?
license. It's more based on experience.
Okay.
We always, whenever a new planner comes in, they're always started out. And in reality, if you look at the job descriptions, Planner 1, Planner 2, they're both about doing the same jobs. It's just a salary structure more than it is anything. We start them out at a Planner 1 if we think they're going to work. And Tricia Norfleet, who is a full-time clerk now, she's the one that's going to she will do an excellent job. I have no doubt she will be a very, very good planner.
Is there a particular number of years they work and then become a Planner 2?
Normally we like to at least have them work a year as the Planner 1 to see how things are progressing. I mean, I've seen it go as far as 2 or 3 years, but as busy as our office right now is, 2 planners, I mean, I'll be honest with you, 90% of the time, we could probably use a third planner in the office. I've
So
never
has that
asked
kind of
for it.
just been up to your discretion then when they
Yeah,
get to
yeah,
Planner
it-
2?
it's pretty much internal. It'll be up to Jessica basically when she wants to raise her up
Thank
to
you.
that. And obviously to you all, because you have to approve the salary increase as well. But it's not a huge amount of difference between a 1 and a 2. But there is some difference in the pay.
Greg, I want to thank you for your many years of service on the planning commission for both the county and for the city. And when I served on the BZA and you were our leader there, it certainly, I felt like you always kept us well informed of whatever issues or whatever cases were coming before the BZA. So thank you
always
very much.
tried.
Wish you well in your
Thank you.
retirement and good health.
Thank you, appreciate it.
I ditto that 100%. I think over the years, you have had a great impact on the quality of life in Howard County and in Kokomo. And you're kind of behind the scenes, but your work lifts everybody up.
Well, I
And
appreciate that.
thank you for all you've done.
Thank you, John.
And for
I
making,
appreciate that.
making Kokomo and Howard County a better place to live.
Thank you.
And
Appreciate
you're
it.
so trustworthy. I mean, when you say something, you know that it's true. I mean, you
Well, not
just-
everybody agrees with that, but I appreciate you thinking that way.
I do think that because, I hear what Greg Sheeline says, and then I have a pretty accurate idea of what's going on, okay?
Well, thank you. I
One-
appreciate that.
One other comment, my wife and I drove through West Middleton, which is close to where we live, and we noticed a historic landmark that was tumbling down in West Middleton is now down and cleared. So congratulations on that. I told Jeff Lipinski that's a big improvement, and I know that takes a lot of work.
We've been working on that property for about 6 years, believe it or not.
Yeah,
And
that's
finally
what
got
Jeff
it torn
said.
down. So, yeah, it was a nice, a nice piece of property. You hate to demolish anything, but sometimes you're.
You have
you're
to.
left
I
no
mean, it
recourse.
was a safety hazard.
Oh, yeah, I think it was leaning like crazy. Yeah, I'm surprised it was still standing when we got around to tearing it down, to be honest with you, so. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else have any questions?
Okay, so my question
Yes, sir.
is, so in our book, we have a request of $327,000. You talked about the comprehensive plan being 30 to 40. Is that in addition to this?
That would be in addition to that, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So how would you like to see us proceed with that? Would you rather us budget for that, or do you want to come back and ask for the exact amount? And I guess the other question is, are you going to pay for it in 26, or is it a 27 payable?
It'll probably be a 27.
Okay.
It'll probably be a 27. I don't think we'll get to that this year. It'll probably be a 27.
So you see what I'm saying, council? We probably ought to figure that in unless you want to make him come back, or make Jessica come back and beg for it.
Was a capital expense, right? Just a one-time deal, so.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
And we're paying the county part and the city's paying
The city will
their-
pay all their part, yes. So it'll be
Okay.
100% paid from each entity. Correct.
Okay, so it won't be just, okay.
Yeah, I would prefer if we could get that budgeted. That would be perfect for us. And then, maybe if it comes back a little bit higher, she may have to come back anyway. I don't know. But, because like I said, that's a wild guess on my part. I think I'm pretty close, but I certainly can't guarantee that.
So 367 would be what we'd want to, $40,000
Yeah,
more.
Jessica, can you tell me what we were at for the county last year?
You guys just did the 327,000. Is
Okay.
that what, yeah.
Okay.
So, and you said 30 or 40, so I'm assuming you would do the 40?
I would do it at 40 just to try to be safe, yes.
So it would be at 367 probably for.
That sounds about right.
Right, okay.
I think I think on our budget, we were showing with everything that got included with perf and all that, I believe we were showing 723,000 for our total budget. So with the 45 split, I think we're going to be pretty good with that number, it sounds like, so. And Jessica, I'll get you a number just as soon as I can.
Okay, that's fine.
I'm pressing for it, but we don't even go before city council till August 17th.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so, but I'm pressing for some
But yeah,
kind of
that's
a
fine.
number. Okay?
How long do you think, you'll get a number in 2 weeks on that comprehensive plan, guess, or is that?
I hope I can get it next
Okay.
week. Yeah,
Okay.
I really,
That'd
I
be
asked
great.
for it this week and I didn't get it.
That's fine.
So, yes, I would assume we'll get something next week. Yeah.
Okay. And I guess another question I had is, you talked about the 45-55 split, just out loud in my mind. For some reason, I think that the population split between city and county is closer to like 2/3, 1/3. Is there a reason we stay at the 45-55, or is that just what's always been agreed upon?
That's just what's always been in the agreement.
It's because of who's doing the work, isn't it? I mean, the city does the majority of the plan commission
Correct.
work.
Correct.
Right.
And, and let's face it, when the city came in back in 2012 and did a lot of the annexation, that took a lot of property that could be developed in the county into the city. So it did kind of, but we're we're making up for that, because we're the only office that does any code enforcement out in the county. So we're trying to make up for that with the code enforcement, and that's why I wanted to raise Mike's salary, because he's out there every day, and most of the time he's in the county. He does a little bit in the city, but most of the time he's out in the county, trying to get things cleaned up, so, yeah.
Thank you for that answer. Just curious.
All right, thank you all.
Yep.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Craig.
Appreciate all your hard work over the years.
Thank you.
All right, next up, we have Mr. Stone Street. And I have it down as page 41 and 42 to start with. And I believe he circulated a maintenance presentation notes for everybody.
Yeah, kind of follow along. We got some old hats in here, so there's no new faces this time, so you're pretty much aware of what we do, but my budget is very, very small changes, so there's plenty of time if you have any questions in anywhere. The maintenance department consists of 16 employees. I have 6, it's 5 full-time, 1 part-time, and responsible for the daily cleaning of the 3 buildings downtown. That's a lot for 3 people to do. The courthouse alone has 32 bathrooms. Believe it or not, I'll take you in there and show you every one of them.
Has how many?
32? Wow.
So it's a lot of work to keep these buildings clean, sterile is the way we like to keep them. The remaining 10 employees, 9 full-time and 1 part-time, are responsible for the care and maintenance of anything that says Howard County on it. I don't do any work at Kinsey unless I'm requested. That's kind of its own little entity due to the nature of its business, so we don't go out there often, but we do throw phone calls their way or whatever they need, any information they require, and if they need some manpower, we'll throw it down and do it. The buildings we perform maintenance on is Howard Haven, Howard County Jail, Emergency Management, the highway and the pole barns, the records of the sheriff's barn, work release, the courthouse, administration, Just Out Government Center. We have 3 towers that we maintain, the ACs and the grounds. The main tower, which is at the highway department. There's one in New London and one in Greentown. New London has a lot of trees, so we're out there a lot with chainsaws, especially after the storms. The building operations are maintained along with the grounds accompanying the buildings, parking lot. Courthouse grounds are the most time-consuming, and we're proud of it. We also do mechanical work at Cyberling and Elliott House when requested also. We maintain 4 parking lots, and also the lots at Cyberling, there's 4 lots downtown, and also the Cyberling lots, work release in Howard Haven, the snow removal. This work includes maintenance, snow removal, and salting, and we do the courthouse square downtown. That way the city doesn't bury us in when we have a large snow, which they will do very quickly. So we have to be down there before the city plows get at it. Daily operations.
So you do the whole square?
The whole square. If you don't, it'll be on our wall.
Buckeye, Maine?
Buckeye, Maine,
Walnut, Sycamore, yeah.
And then we'll do in front of the admin building, the Firestone lot now. Around the government center as well. We don't do too much, well, and also you'd have what we still call the Jamie's lot, and I'm not sure it's still over here. We got to keep those sidewalks clear, so if you don't get a nice pile of snow at the end of the walk, the city will push it right up in there, because they use the big plows to plow the snow. So they're just throwing it sideways, whereas we can pile it at the end of the block. And when you come in after a big snow, you see those giant piles. That's not the city, that's us. So, a 10-inch snow is a 10-inch shift in the truck. A 12-inch snow is a 12-inch shift in the truck. So, snow removal is a lot. It takes a lot of our time.
What's that mean when you say shift, 10-inch?
You get in that truck, if you get a 12-hour snow, you get in that truck at 6 a.m., you're not getting out until 6 p.m.
Okay.
That's pretty much bathroom breaks, and that's about it. So, it's a lot of work. And then you have the sidewalks we got to get to. So the sidewalks are actually much quicker than the lots and everything. We also are energy conscious. We monitor our utility bills very closely and look for unknown issues. Those bills will tell you if there's a problem somewhere, and then we try to make improvements so our utility fees are less. And then you can see our utility line on them is huge. It's an important thing to take into account. Our most recent upcoming projects, the biggest one would be the administration center, the new air handler that's in the penthouse here. That was a major engineering event for this building. The old one, the coils were leaking glycol in the cabinet itself that held the coils and the fan motors. The fan motors were ancient. They were all just essentially falling apart. So what we did was we had a new box, coils, everything designed down in West Virginia. It was built on site. We went down, inspected it, make sure it met all the requirements we had and would fit where it needs to go. And then we had to actually make some adjustments because we didn't know how we were going to put the roof on when there was only like 4 inches above your head. There was no way to get it assembled. So they re-engineered it so we could lay the roof on it and assemble it from underneath. And that was also a big event as far as weather because you had to do it inside the areas of time where you didn't need that cooling because that was the only way to cool the building. And then, so we were up there in February, 30 below, taking stuff on and off the roof in the snow and ice and everything else. It was a lot of fun. It was a big event, but this building definitely needed it. I'm not sure the actual final cost was paid for via grant. It was well over $400,000 though. Just Out needs the same thing in its room. It's a smaller, easier box to assemble. We haven't started the process of that yet, but the budget price for that would be $400,000. I would like to do that in 2027. I don't think it's going to happen with this new jail coming. It can wait a little longer. Some things I can do to help reduce costs along the way until we finally get to that point. So I'm going to back off that till possibly 2028. Just Out definitely needs a new cooling tower. It's $67,000. I have $73,000 left in my Coon Cap account. So I may be coming at you for some more money if we have a major event after we purchase this cooling tower. I hope I don't, but I just can't predict the future. Everything looks good right now, and we've made a lot of improvements. But when you go poking the bear, you never know what's going to happen, and we just got to wait and see. New jail entry doors are going on right now as we speak. Those were falling apart. We get a new fire panel for this building. It's old. One of the notes is the fire marshal for the area, and being picky about a lot of things. So a lot of things that we're able to let fly is not letting fly anymore, which is good, really. They're doing nothing but making everything safer. But all of these things have a price tag. It's the same way with the elevator. The elevator inspectors are being a lot more. I don't know. They're right. They're inspecting us a lot more. Our elevators are in great shape. There's no problems with them safety-wise, but I wasn't really happy with our old vendor. So they just recently got fired. The new one comes in starting tomorrow. And they're going to find things that need repaired, and all of those things are going to be very expensive. So when I talk about my Coon Cap account being low, that's what's going to be, paying for that mostly because my general fund doesn't have leeway for surprises like that. Greentown and New London, the split system installations, what's going on there is we have 2 units on each tower. If you lose one unit, it can't keep up, so you have, $500,000 worth of radios in there that are overheating. So we don't like that situation, especially at 2 a.m., and we're going to add some additional cooling to those rooms to give us time to make those repairs. The courthouse steps and the west stairwell walls, that's been an eyesore for a while. It's been not a safety hazard, but it will be if we don't address it. I got a good price from Pioneer Construction. They're going to make those repairs this year, and I have the money to pay for it.
What is that now?
The east and west courthouse steps, the granite steps.
Outside coming in?
Outside coming in. They desperately need some help. I've done all I can to do it, but we need a professional mason, and then Pioneer is as good as they get. He's local. He loves to take care of our buildings, so there's other things I want him to look at while he's there too. So I don't know. Those are going to be high dollar.
Those are original. Is that granite going across?
Original granite, 1936.
Yeah.
What's happened is he'd had some leakage, get some water in that sand, and after almost 90 years, they kind of wash out and they move a little bit, and then they crack, and it takes time. It takes a long time, but we're here.
Will they be able to save the granite shelves there? reuse all that?
Underneath a concrete structure that they added those granite steps to, and they added sand to make the final makeup. And a lot of those stones we can save, but some of them are gonna get recut. They're gonna come from the same quarry that they're originally from. So they'll match dead on. Kinsey Building and Development repairs, that's something that we've been trying to do there for a while as well. They have gutter issues, they have leakage issues, they keep trying to get to fix the roof. It's not the roof, it's the gutters and everything else. They're causing the masonry issues. We have to get on that, and the prices have been, I've seen prices as high as $800,000 to make these repairs. I got with a vendor I use for roofing, and he's gonna try and get into there, take some of them, disassemble some of that, and save this guttering. And then, once we get the guttering working properly, the masonry that's below, we can actually save that, get some paint on it. And there's some real trouble areas out there, and those are the first two he's gonna hit. So we can piece this out, make proper repairs, and save the building. And what I'm gonna have him do also is come every year and do an inspection and make recommendations, and then we can go forward from there as far as what we need to do to keep the water infiltration out of that building. The jail transfer switch and generator, I'm having a lot of trouble with that. Every time you put your finger on it, it's $5,000. So I've got a new transfer switch coming. I've already paid for the install, I just don't have the switch. The generator main breakers popping, which, you know, all of this service is dispatch. You want it to work when it's in the worst possible scenario you can imagine, and that's when it doesn't. But we did a test the other day, and we found some faults, and we're able to get some determination on what we need to do. The new jail, I don't know, as far as staffing is concerned, how that's gonna pan out. I can't absorb another building, because once you move the inmates from the old jail to the new jail, the old jail's still gonna be there. It's a lot of mechanical work, whether you got people in there or not. So that would be a concern for me. I'm 61 years old, I can't be here forever, and Chuck's right behind me. I think he's actually a little bit ahead of me in age. Walking a roof line after a severe storm is not as easy as it used to be, and so we have to make some determinations as what we're gonna do as far as staffing if, you know, once this new jail starts opening up. I've been involved with some of the planning on it as far as mechanical, nothing else. And I mean, it's a big ordeal you got going on out there.
Bill, do you have any estimates on how much additional staffing you're going to need?
I would want 2 people out there to start. I would also want some equipment for snow removal. The jail's got a snow plow. It's one of our old trucks that's kind of a hand-me-down. It's not very reliable. I'd want something a lot more reliable than not. It'd be awful nice if we had a building of some kind to house the equipment that we maintain these grounds with in. The highway's pretty tight in there in the winter. They pack stuff in everywhere they can, you know, and we've got the records barn, but you can barely get a pickup truck in that. So something that, you know, that building, that area would need something to help maintain those grounds. That's gonna be a lot of work. You got a lot of acreage out there.
Bill, I didn't hear you comment on the jail heat pumps and rooftop makeup.
Oh, that's
Would
coming
you
right
speak
along.
to that?
I did skip that. That's doing very well. We've had some hiccups on it. That was a major operation. The only issue we have is we have one rooftop unit that supplies cool air to what they call the interstitial area. All the other heat pumps are sitting in the interstitial area, cooling the rooms. Well, this heat pump is a giant unit that feeds the air that those units are breathing, so any load that this big unit can take off the little units is, you know, is an immense saving in energy. The problem is there's a flow issue to that unit, and we can't figure it out why. We were out there last week trying to figure it out again, but it won't run, simply it doesn't get enough chilled water through it. We have an idea to fix it. Obviously, you don't want to fix that. You don't want to disassemble the chilled water line when it's 95 degrees outside, so we're kind of waiting for it to cool down a little bit, and then we'll try some experiments to get that unit up and running.
So is that project, if you were to put a % complete on that project, what would you call it?
95% done.
95% complete.
And it's doing very well. That building feels better than it ever has.
Nice job, Bill.
It wasn't me. I would love to take credit for that. That was a lot of everybody else out there. but it does a great job.
Those heat pumps, if you were to estimate, how long are they useful for? Any
I'd say
ballpark estimate on
I'd say
that?
the average is 20 years.
20.
I wouldn't trust them more than that. We got 31 out of the old ones. So we got our money's worth out of those. As far as I know, the new jail is not utilizing that system. It's very good in a way where if you have a failure, you have a lot of redundancy. But the way the new jail is gonna be run is a lot better. I think it's just the wrong application for that type of system. The only changes I have on my budget are, and I think I left that in a note, my coon cap remains the same, my LIT remains the same. Let's see, I know I have that note in here somewhere, but it's not presenting itself. But there was a trip charge line item that we don't use anymore. What that did is when the gas prices were real high, they would send us an additional bill for trip charges. And they don't do that anymore, so I wanted to eliminate that line item. And then also in our maintenance and service contracts, we have a lot more what they call cell dialers. The cell dialers are no longer, the cell dialers, what you do is they call out to a monitoring company. So you had to pay a $450 a month fee to have these cell dialers in there. It's for your fire systems. And the new systems that you get, they require you to do this, even though it's not as reliable as the old systems. But anyway, we got to do it. Well, anyway, as far as the maintenance and service contracts line item, I'd like to increase that a little bit because that's where one of our largest expenses are, or one of our largest cost increases is due to the vendors that we're paying out of that line item. And I believe that is, I wish I could find that paper. I can't. But those are the two major changes. Oh, there it is. All right, on my general fund, I'd like to increase the $1,000.3110 maintenance and service contracts. I'd like to bump that up $4,000. But eliminate $1,000.31204. Eliminate that line item altogether, and that was a $1,500 line item. But that's the only two changes I'm making to this budget. What we did last year, we're just kind of watching monitoring, see what monitoring, see how it pans out. You guys made some pretty major reductions in my line items, which I'm good with. We got to save some money. We'll see how it works by the end of the year. I won't know till December how this is all going to end up.
You think with the higher fuel prices, they'll get rid of that, they'll reinstate that?
I think it was a pain in the neck for them too. I think they just bump up the cost for them to come to your house, Any questions at all?
Thank you, Bill.
You're very welcome. Thank you for doing the job that you do. I know it takes a lot of heartache.
Nice presentation, Bill.
Thank you very much.
All right, that brings us to Tanner, and he has 3 accounts for us to hear from.
Yeah, Tanner Hetty, Center Township Assessor. My total budget is all the same. It just now this year would be one of my reassessment years where I'm moving some of my budget out of the general fund into the reassessment fund. So I'll start with the general fund, the 1,000, and like salaries. It'll just be my first deputy and part-time, and then all the supplies will be in the general fund. And it's going to be the same as last year. From the first deputy, part-time, office supplies, maintenance service contracts, they'll all be the same. Other supplies, travel and training and postage is all gonna be the same. And then finally, for the general fund, it's the dues and subscriptions, coming out to the total of $58,202 for the general fund. And then for the, I'll go in order. The next fund was like the sales disclosure, the 1131, and I only have one line item in that one. And it's for the contract services, and that one's gonna stay the same as well, for $7,000. And then the last fund is the reassessment fund, the 1188. And that'll be just myself and then my chief deputy, who are the ones mainly working on the reassessment. So we'll be the only ones included in that reassessment fund there. And total budget will come out to be the same as last year. Short and simple, and if you guys have any questions.
Have you gotten, I know there was some kickback from, this may be a better question for Mindy than you, but just with assessments continuing to grow, and there's been some frustration from taxpayers. Once again, it doesn't really come back on you, it comes back to the state, in my opinion, on how they calculate all that.
Yeah, I think,
Have you seen much of that?
We kind of like judge that based on how many appeals we get, how many people file for appeals, and it was, I think last year was a little more than usual from the prior years, and then we were probably just under what we were last year, so still quite a few, like around 200 probably per office. But I'd say overall, there's just a few people that are truly upset that we can't satisfy. Most of the people, whether they're coming in upset or just having questions, we're able to tell them about our process and explain it to them, and they generally leave more satisfied than they came in. There's just a few that you probably couldn't, satisfy in any rate. So there's just those few, but generally I think we explain the process very well to where they leave happier than they came in. So overall, I think we're still pretty good. I don't think the majority's satisfied. I don't think there's that many that are truly upset and coming at us. Like it may seem, like right now, we have handled kind of the portion where our busy season, through where tax bills are sent, our assessments are sent, and right now we're still working through the appeal process for a lot of those. But for the most part, I think we're not finding too many truly upset people that are still coming and complaining.
Well, I know you guys took a lot of heat for that.
Yeah,
It wasn't really your fault or your decisions.
Yeah.
Do you have a normal response for people that come in and complain about their taxes?
Well, I'd say we kind of have like a routine down of basically of listening to their question truly to see if they're even in the right office to begin with, and then trying to answer their questions as best as we can without having to send them on to different offices, because then it just kind of seems like we're giving them the runaround if we're just sending them down to the different offices, where we try to break it down in our office about their overall tax bill, tax assessment, and it's just try to answer their questions as best as we can while they're up here.
Have you ever said, we don't talk taxes in this office, we talk assessments?
Yeah, if they're truly just wanting to know something on their tax bill or if it's paid or not, we'll send them down to the treasurer's office and let them do it. But then if it's actually wondering why their tax bill went up, a lot of times that is based on their assessment. So we like to know that if that's their question firsthand, so we don't have to send them down and then they come right back up because their assessment went up. We'll look at their assessment while they're up here and explain it while they're up here. And then if they need to go somewhere else for more information, then we'll send them on.
Could add, thank God you don't live in New Jersey. You could add that.
Yeah.
That's enough out of me.
Anything else for Tanner?
Thank you, guys.
All right, thank you
Thank
very
you,
much
Tanner.
for all you do.
You're welcome.
Hey,
Here he is.
Miss Mindy.
see, I learned that from you, Mindy.
Bless you. I learned that.
Continuation from Tanner, this year we had more, for 25 assessment, more go to IBTR than typically we do. We don't have very seldom do we have anybody go, and we had 11 appeals went on to IBTR last year. We still have 8 open there, and we already have 5 going for the 26 assessment, so just saying that because that's when I have one line in my budget. It's not gonna increase, but because we have to be able to cover appraisals and attorney fees.
Sure.
So our appeal numbers is creeping up, but as Tanner said, we got a pretty good routine when people come in, find out what their initial problem is, reviewing their card to make sure it's accurate, and going over the process. And that usually some people. All right, talk budgets.
All right.
General fund. General fund is exactly the same. That one. Sales disclosure fund. I requested a $2,000 increase for my training deputy.
Page 67.
Amount of money, she's my part-timer, and work she's doing, so. Just don't want to run short in paying her, so I increased that to $2,000.
Is that just for extra workload or an increase
Yeah.
in the part-time? Okay.
So all the above. Shifting stuff. Hopefully, getting her trained on some more stuff since she's got certified. We're trying to give her more things.
Sure.
She's pretty good at that. Pretty much anything we throw at her, she's taken on and handles well. She's already trained and certified. Questions on those two funds?
Nope.
All right. Reassessment fund had several changes.
Okay, page 92 and 93.
Simple line is 32170, contract for Eagle View, the aerial photography. I just didn't have the numbers when budgets were due, that number increased. So the annual amount will be 41,150.
So you got 33 in here, right?
Yes,
And it's what?
$41,150. That's because the contract didn't come until after.
Could you say that one more time, please?
41,150. That's line 32170.
Thank you.
So the only other line that would change is start with 11200. Deputy. You'll see a significant decrease in that one, but then the increase goes right down to part-time. With those changes, right now it shows my overall budget for assessment going up $19,677, but really I don't think it's gonna be that much because with that person going from full-time to part-time, the FICA perf and insurance numbers are going to decrease as well significantly, so that number should go down.
And I know you and I had talked at one time, is this a two-person part-time gig that you're proposing?
Yeah, so my chief is gonna retire after the first quarter. But is willing to stay on part-time for me. Even though, I mean, and you'll see on the other form that I've increased my part-time paid rate. To get her to stay on part-time, obviously. Part-time. And then also another experienced person. Depends on you guys. And job share that position, so I don't have to hire another full-timer. Michelle would maintain supervisory duties. Got two experienced people that are both on part-time, I have to cover that job. But you guys don't have to pay for it.
So is it like a job share position? Okay.
However, they both have higher requirements for part-time wage.
Okay. So once
Depending on what
Michelle,
you guys do, I mean, if you lower that rate, then neither one of them are gonna stay on. I'm gonna have to start over with a fresh person, with a full-time position, start certification process all over and be very inexperienced in that position.
yeah. So are both of them in your office or is one in, one? Okay.
We can talk details after.
Mm-hmm.
Michelle's
Mm-hmm.
So what would be the, I understand that, but what would be, I guess one of the questions I have is, you're losing a chief deputy spot. Do you think that creates a hole down the road for your office? I mean, would you be better off to fill a chief deputy and train that person up, keep Michelle as part-time, and do like a transitional sort of a deal like we've done in the past?
What do you guys decide? I prefer the way I've got it laid out, just because I know that you are very experienced.
Yes, I guess, and maybe this is what he's saying, I don't speak for Daryl, but, so the two part-time positions, they're willing to do that. What happens when they decide, I don't want to do this anymore?
Right. And then we'll have to go with the hiring full-timer again.
You'd rather wait until that time?
Yes. Because if you know Indiana code, Michelle's worked 10 years on working with exemptions, charitable businesses, files for exemptions. And so she's got great knowledge over the 10 years of all those codes. And they qualify. Bring somebody off the street, Indiana code, and all.
So if one of the part-timers decided for some reason that they needed to stop being a part-time employee, would that whole plan fall apart? Would you be able to hire another part-timer?
Some more. Fine. We're already looking at that, taking that job, the workload Michelle has, and separating it based on certifications. We'll have somebody less experienced, but the person have in mind, have a lot of experience too, so have the certification, so we can have her pretty much do and the exemptions. And I've already worked on job descriptions for those as well.
Good.
So we're at the bottom, it shows my reassessment fund's going up $19,677. It really won't be, once we figure out how much FICA per million will decrease. The plan works out to be a lot less than that, $10,000 increase, I think.
I guess I have just I'm not opposed to your idea, but I don't know if maybe we ought to, there were some items that I think this might qualify to maybe try to have a PAC meeting on that, just to kind of hash some of that out. So if you're okay with that, I think let's try to have that meeting here before we set this in a few weeks. And just because I'm not, you've explained it to me a little bit, but I still don't feel well versed enough, and I don't know about everybody else
Right.
to make that decision.
The best plan back.
Perfect, okay. Well, let's do that, kind of let them shoot through the details on all that, and I don't have any other questions on your budget. And there wasn't any other increases other than the aerial photography?
Correct.
Okay.
It should, she's full-time position, or amount going down, and the part-time going up, so yeah. And then
Correct, yeah.
so you've got two employees that have been here a long time that have a lot of good experience that are going to go to part-time, is what you're saying.
I'm only have one going.
But then,
Yes.
yeah,
So we'll-
yeah.
Any other questions?
Thank you, Minnie.
Thank you.
Wait, I do have one more. Sorry. In the past, you've talked to us about your levy. Where are we at on that? Do we keep adjusting that?
Well, I have a lot of IBTR right now, so.
Okay.
Spending more. We said we're not all the way through the appeals process yet. We have 5 more IBTR. Cost coming in, so.
Yeah.
And I think that was scheduled to be adjusted this year.
I guess I wanted to make you,
Yes.
yes, no,
So-
we've been drawing
We
it
have
down.
Yeah.
It's not to talk to you. I didn't check the balance.
Yeah, I guess what I wanted to say is, I feel like you've been on the forefront of this for several years, pleading your case, and I feel like we're getting real close to that time where we need to start to adjust that and tweak it back up. So I assume that's okay with you, but at least wanted to.
Because I'm spending a lot more than normal. We already have 5 at IBTR. We still have a lot open, so.
Okay, all right.
Yep.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Yep, you too. The Hetties got us done in good time. Good job, everybody. So we're about 7 minutes ahead of schedule. I don't know, I want to squeeze something in before, so, want to recess for lunch. And I think we are back here, it says 1:15, to meet with Tori Kelly to kick things off. Michelle, you've been waiting a long time back there, but we'll get to you this afternoon.
No, I'm enjoying this.
You have a strange sense of entertainment.
So, okay, well, we'll see everybody back here a little after 1. Good job.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, we are back from lunch and ready to get back at it. And we have Tori Kelly to present her budget to us. I have page, not 76.
I think I turned it on. Is it green? Yep, it's green. Okay, what fund is that being charged?
Oh, well,
Or does it matter?
there was enhanced access, but if you want to go somewhere else, you're more than welcome to.
That's fine, we can start with it. Enhanced access. So this one, I'm just requesting what I always do, which is just 25,000. This pays for our portion of our Laredo that we offer our customers to do title searches out of the office.
No change from last year? Okay. Do you have like a contract with them, like a 3-year or 5-year, or just annual subscription with them?
I have to look, but I think it's just something we've always had with them. They pay a portion of it, and then we pay the other portion. So they bill us monthly,
Okay.
and then we just pay that out of this fund for it.
Okay. All right, if we're good with that, we can move on to page 80, which would be the ID 1160 ID security protection.
So for this one, I'm requesting $15,800. And this is just a thing for contracts for maintaining our redaction technology, which I've started to pay our Bastion fee that we have with them, which they help store all of our information. And instead of relying on our IT department to do everything, we rely more on them to do it all. So I pay them quarterly with this fund instead of pulling it out of perpetuation.
So last night we did a transfer an additional for this. Have you calculated this will cover?
I'll probably do the same thing next year. I didn't think about, this is something new that I started paying it out of that fund. So I'll probably next year move that out of that fund into this one, since I already submitted this.
What would it, yeah, what would it be if we wanted to correct it now?
I mean, if I can move all of that 15,800 into the contract line, which would be the 31200, and that would be probably easier and better. That way I don't have to come see you guys at a council meeting.
Okay, so you're saying there'd be an additional 15,000?
No, just move all of the 15, instead of having the 8,300 into that one, and then the 7.
Okay, so you want to put it into 31200?
Yes, that.
A total of 15,800.
And then nothing under 47,210.
Right, because I don't pay any, I don't pay anything out of that line item.
I'm good with that if you are.
Yeah, I'm-
Makes it easy. It's a no dollar change and it saves you. Yeah, I'm good with that. Okay with the council?
Yeah.
$0 change. Perfect.
So what's the advantage to that? What's the
Just-
financial advantage?
So instead of paying the Bastion fee out of the Recorder Perpetuation Fund, I can pay it out of that fund, which will save me spending money out of Recorder Perpetuation. So I can hopefully build that up or maintain it at a certain level. I can pay it out of my 1160 fund.
Well, I'm not sure if I properly heard that, but what I thought I heard was take the capital outlays here on page 80, the equipment, $7,500, and X that out and move it up to the line 31,200, contract services, and take that for a total of $15,800. We're still in the same fund.
Yeah.
Correct.
But the advantage
So that way
is,
she doesn't have to come and transfer the money
An additional appropriation.
or an additional to be able to pay out her contract service, correct? Yeah.
now it's crystal clear. Thank you. Okay, now I see. Okay.
Well, it's fresh in my mind because I just saw you last
Right.
night.
Was that my last night for it? Yeah.
So, okay, I like that. Okay, next one I have is the Recorder's Perpetuation Fund, page
Can we
95.
skip that one
Yeah.
and go do elected official first, and then we'll circle back?
Absolutely.
Okay.
So page 103.
So for the elected official training fund, I would like to request to move that up to $3,000 for all the offices that can use it. That way maybe we can also help relieve off of county general for any training that these offices may use if it goes over that amount. I feel that we bring in enough money for that we can move it up that extra 500 for this year. So,
Yeah, I've heard a quote here recently that I've grown fond of, and that is you got two kinds of people. You got trained, and you have untrained. It covers a lot of ground.
it does.
So
It's true.
for training here, I just wanted to toss that in there.
Yeah.
Sounded good.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
I'd say last year we deposited close to 20,000 into it, so.
And where does that money come from?
Our recording fees, so.
Fees go to-
Yeah, there's a certain portion of each recording fee that goes into that, which is
Okay.
$1 per document.
Do you consider those recording fees different from perpetuation?
So part of our recording fees, so our recording fee is either $25 for all documents, mortgages are $55. But that $25 is broken down to each specific fund. So I know for a deed, $5 of that 25 goes into recorded perpetuation. I think on mortgages, it's $10 goes into recorded perpetuation. And then it's $1 that goes out of that whole fund, $1 goes into the elected training fund.
Okay, so it depends on what the document is as to how big the fee is.
Correct, yes.
And that's statutory, correct?
It is, yes. All that was passed in 2017.
Recently, you told me about how many millions of dollars the recorder's office has provided to the general fund.
Yes.
Could you summarize that for us one more time?
So I believe it was in 2022 that Jennifer Jack moved all of our salaries and everything into the Recorder Perpetuation Fund. And from 2022 to the end of 2025, we put in $910,000 into the county general fund.
$910,000.
So close, if I would have added the first 6 months, I'm sure we would have been closer to $1 million. So,
Now, is there, I'm going to call it a level or a target level that you would like to keep the perpetuation fund at
I
from
would
year to
like
year?
to keep it around 400,000.
Did you pay him to ask these leading questions?
No comment. No, I did not.
Nice job, Frank.
We hung out at the bike rodeo.
Yeah, say we ran into each other Saturday at the bike rodeo that Western's, or not Western, Rushville's library and police department hosts.
You learned a
So,
lot of stuff hanging out at the library.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt your spiel.
No, you're,
No, I mean, I thought it was valuable information to share and
Yeah.
also help clarify it.
last year alone, I think it was for county general, we put in $243,000 and $243,701 into county general. So that was just last year we did that. And we didn't take anything out.
And you put in almost $1 million since,
2022.
thank you.
And that was at the end of 2025. I did not add anything for 2026 into that number.
And the benefits are paid out of the perpetuation fund too, are they not?
Correct. So we pay all of our salaries and benefits and supplies is paid out of the Recorder Perpetuation Fund.
So is that sustainable to pay benefits out of that?
Well, that's what I'm here to talk to you guys about today.
You guys are on
To
it.
change it, yeah.
Maybe I did slip a little.
Go ahead, tell us about it.
Okay, so are we good with the elected training fund? $3,000 okay to do?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'll move to 1189, Recorder's Record Perpetuation, page 95.
So this year, I would like to talk to you guys about moving benefits into county general and then keeping all of our salaries in the recorder perpetuation fund.
For at least another year.
Year two, maybe, we'll see
Yeah.
how.
So, with the idea you're trying to build up the perpetuation fund
Yes.
to that target of, I thought you said 400,000.
Yes, or a little more than, I don't want it to go below 400,000.
Okay.
Or stay in that bubble at least of 400,000 to keep sustainable.
Yeah, so Brian and I met with Tori and Jessica and Stephanie, I believe. We talked about this end of May, 1st of June, somewhere in that time frame. And she presented a couple of options that we could go about to handle this. And so we kind of felt like the slower gradual move over to the general fund was the better move instead of just taking it all back right now. Tori was gracious enough to go with that, and so that's why this is this way. So the way she is presented, it's based on what Brian and I kind of chatted about, that we would take the benefits to start with, and then we'll monitor balances as we go into 28.
Yeah.
But it's been very helpful. Jennifer did a great service to the county, and
She did.
I appreciate you continuing to follow that legacy and keep us monitored of what's going on.
Do you want me to go over the three options or just leave it at option two?
Sounds like she doesn't like option 2.
Yeah, that's fine.
You can if you're prepared to do that, Tori.
I have them.
Yeah, might
I
as well.
brought three options to Brian and Daryl and Jessica and Stephanie. So option was to just leave everything the way it is, pay everybody's salary out of recorded perpetuation, and then pay for our FICA, perf, and insurance out of it. Leave it, monitor it, make sure it stays where we in the bubble. And then option 2 was to do just the benefits, which is what we discussed and agreed upon. And then option 3 would be my salary plus the benefits and everything. But I think option 2 is the best. I agree with you guys, the best option to start with and monitor it at.
Just one other question. Are the fees that you charge for different documents, are they set by you as the county recorder, or are they set by the state?
They're state by the state statute. So they were different before 2017. And then the Recorder Association legislation team worked on getting it set to a flat fee, because before all the documents were different fees and there was different things you could charge for. But they worked hard to get them set at a flat fee of either $25 and then mortgages are $55.
You think that'll change?
I don't think
Soon?
so.
Be pretty stable.
I think they're gonna keep them where they're at, from everything I've heard.
Thank you.
Something that did change that may be worthwhile mentioning, so they fixed some things last year with legislation, so now it states in the statute, copy fees go into recorded perpetuation, and while they were reviewing that, it shows that our certified fee that we charge, and then oversized fee was going into county general, but it is supposed to go into recorded perpetuation, so that has been fixed, and those fees will go into the perpetuation fund and not general. State Board of Accounts has approved it. There will be a letter sent out in September about it by State Board of Accounts.
Okay.
So I figure that'd be worth mentioning.
Great. Any other questions? Great job. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
as always.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next, Dale. His fund is 1217 on page 103. Looks like he's got a handout.
I always like the handouts.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Page 103,
Please.
19.
19.
By the way, I don't know who scheduled these, but I always love going after her.
Thank you.
Because mine is so much easier.
I'm sorry, everybody. This is page 19. I got off. Floor is yours, my friend.
Good afternoon, council. For the annual budget, I've got that Form 1, I've got everything over here. I know you have, it's easier for me to type it like I did to kind of follow along. Salaries are kind of set. I never asked for an increase because I know we typically get that through the county or the PAC review. Office supplies this year, we're asking for $1,800, which is down $200 from last year. Dues and subscriptions stayed the same, it's $500, and we're typically right around there every year. Travel and training, last year we requested $7,500, this year is $2,500. We expected an uptake last year because of Senate Bill 33 that passed with annual training for veteran service officers statewide. We kind of fall under the purview of IDVA as far as more training, more standardization, and for the record, it's working really, really well this year. But as far as travel and training, I think we'll be spot on with $2,500. The printing is $250, it's down from $150 last year. Postage, this is something I can talk with Jessica about. I see no need to even have that line item anymore. For the last 2 years, it's just been zero. We have probably $500 worth of stamps. We rarely, if ever, use stamps. We do it for discharge upgrades or hunting fishing licenses, that's it. So it's rare. Maintenance and service contracts, $1,500, the same as last year. Activities, that's primarily stand down to other community outreach, is down $3,000 from last year. We're requesting $5,000. Veterans burial. So it's pretty much been standard for the last several years. This is $24,000, but I kind of wanted to discuss that one. We're going to keep it at $24,000, but I also wanted the council to know we had a meeting in my office about 4 or 5 months ago. There were some VA officials and the head of IDVA, the director, his name's Brian Adams. And they came out with some saddening statistics that I want to present to the council and let you know that the county burial benefit request is probably going to go up and go up substantially. So I was unaware of this, and it's really kind of interesting. If you take the group of Vietnam veterans nationwide and put them over here in this category, and the group of veterans who have served after Vietnam, 1975 and beyond, the Vietnam veterans still dwarfs the others. They are that big. But due to VA projections over the last several years, and what they're projecting starting 2027 is 2.8 out of 10 Vietnam veterans will pass a year. So it's not 28% exponentially, it's 28% of the ones alive. Next year it'll be 28% of those ones alive. So right now there are 626 living Vietnam vets in Howard County. If that statistic is correct, if we paid out the max benefit, which is $200 per plot, $100 for the headstone, that would equal $52,584 just for Vietnam vets. So I look for an uptake. I'm hoping it's not that much. Like I said, it's a saddening statistic, but with the age and the health conditions, Vietnam vets, that's what we're looking at. I think we're good with that 24,000, but I would not be surprised this next year if we have to come ask for extra money for that.
Dale, is this something where you pay for, excuse me, all of these veterans burials, or is this something for ones who can't afford to pay?
No. So any veteran who passes in Howard County, and this is pretty much standard with the 92 counties. You know, it was probably 4 or 5 years ago. Alan helped us increase that because we got a gauge of counties our size, and most of them pay anywhere between $300 and $500. I think Miami County they pay $2, but any veteran who passes in this county, we look at the obituaries every day, and we file the claim form through the auditor's office. And I think on average, it's $200, right?
On average?
Yeah.
Most effective, or the most one that we pay is about $200.
Right. But that's $200 for any veteran who passes. The average cost of a funeral in Indiana is between $8,000 and $15,000. The VA burial benefit, even if you get the max, is just over $2,000. So that's why counties kind of chip in, help them out.
So you're just helping out the family? You're not actually paying the whole?
Correct, that's correct.
Okay.
Okay. Let me see, the next item was Memorial Day expenses. So it's been kind of standard for the last couple of years, the $5,000. So if you don't understand what the Memorial Day expense is for, we buy flags for the county, for all the veterans in this county. There's 7 or 8 different large groups. The largest one's the Boy Scouts of America. They help put these flags on the graves. When I started, a little over 4 years ago, the cost of a flag was about 79 cents. They have over doubled. Now, we did find a contractor this last year that helped get our costs down, but like every VSO office, if it's not American made, we just don't buy it. But the cost of flags.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, that's
Thank you.
kind of what we do. But the cost of flags nationwide has increased dramatically since COVID. So, and even though we worked with a lot of other VSO offices this year to try to see which one could give us the best price, and we actually got a really good price. I don't expect it's going to stay like that year after year, but I think this next year we're good. I just want to let the council know that those costs are going up. I think that was it with the line items. There was a couple of other things that I wanted to present because this is the first year I presented this. Every year, VA comes out with what's called the GDX report. Every county in the U.S. gets a GDX report that gives all our statistics, all our numbers. I know I presented last year that 51% of our veterans in this county get benefits. Roughly, we have about 6,500 to 8,000 veterans, give or say, depending on census or VA statistics. So that bothers me that only half the veterans are getting benefits in this county. That's why we did so many community outreach. I will let you know the statewide average is 37%. So it's about 1 in 3 veterans. So we're above that, and I'm happy with that. This year, we increased that to 52%. But the startling statistic, and I'm going to start presenting this. So in fiscal year 2024, Howard County, through VA benefits, brought in $38.1 million. In 2025, we were able to increase that to 40.7. So it's about $2.6 million more between that fiscal year. So I don't want to break my arm, pat myself on the back, but I would love to think our office had a lot to do with that. There's a lot of different mechanisms for veterans to file claims, but I wanted to present that because to me that's a nice gauge to look at how much money we help them bring in the county. I always present our office statistics, which is the last couple pages, just to show you how much our business has increased. Even though it says July 2027, my assistant caught it on the way up, that it's actually 2026. I put this month because if anybody's unaware, there was a new tax law passed specifically for veterans. This month has been the busiest month I've ever had. We have had 354 walk-ins, 54 appointments, and 161 of those were for tax. I think I was talking with Carrie. A lot of times she'll see people sitting on the floor lined up in the morning. So I like that kind of business. It's overwhelming sometimes. But I wanted to give that to the council just so you can kind of see what it is that we do down there. That's it.
Okay,
Any
thank you for
questions?
that. I guess a comment or two for the council. So under the personnel services, the VSO officer, you will see that is a slight increase. That was partly due to some of the findings. I forget, someone from the state said that we were out of compliance, and so we had to.
Department of Labor.
Yeah, labor said we were out of compliance, so that's why that number is increased. Dale did not put that in for himself on his own accord.
Yeah, I gotta be honest. I've never liked being called to HR. That day she called me to HR, I kind of liked that day.
And then below that, on the assistant veteran service officer, there was a number that got transposed, I believe, last year. And so we are correcting that for this year. So that's why those two have an increase, just so the council knows that Dale did his due diligence and did not ask for increase. So. And then another question I had for you, Dale, is just looking at this, I think this expended number, Stephanie, is from June 30th-ish in this. So you had spent roughly $15,000 on veteran burial through the first 6 months of this year.
Right.
Do we really need to consider bumping that for next year?
And, you know, like, that's why I brought it up about those statistics, because I know that they're coming. It's probably not a bad idea if it's 15,000 already. Yeah, I was unaware of that, but 24,000 is always, we've always kind of fallen under that. And like I said, I expect that to increase.
So just a general comment that I noticed as I was looking through here, it was 28,000 we adopted in '25. We backed it down to 24 last year. It looks like we may run short, and I'm okay with him coming back for the additional, but it looks like even if we bump it a little bit, he still may have to come back, so.
Have you got a number you're thinking of?
I was thinking 30, and that still may be short, but it gets closer. But that was what my head was saying. I'll let you guys kind of.
I think that's a good idea.
Thank you, Mr. Maple.
And then it looks like you think you're good on the Memorial Day expenses.
I think this year will be fine.
For now.
Yeah, the vendor wants to keep us happy this year.
Okay. All right. So I guess I would, we're not making a decision today, but I would say consider moving that up to 30,000 for the veteran burial. Everybody else, we good? Thank you very much for all you do.
Have a great day.
in supporting
Thank you.
our veterans.
Thanks, Dale.
Thank you.
All right. Now we're up to Mr. Pruitt, Drug-Free Community, Fund 1148 on page 73.
Hi, everybody. Thanks so much for having me here. Nothing has changed from this year to next year, asking for the same amounts. Continue to have great job security, unfortunately. Yeah. But yeah, questions, thoughts, anything?
Yeah. Tell us some good news about what's going on in your office and the people you see.
Sure. Well, it's kind of a double-edged sword, but we have more treatment facilities in our county than we've ever had. More opportunity for people to get help, which is great, so they can. Other side, it's not good because there's a need. But when centers come here, a number of centers are coming here because there's a need in our community. So, great work at Turning Point's doing, great work for cities doing, just a number of really good people doing really, really good work dealing with this. For me, John, one of the things I'm always interested in, I've worked with Coroner Seeley and work with Coroner Granger. I'm concerned about the overdose rate. We seem to be climbing again, and in talking with them, there's no sense to it. It really has to do when a bad shipment of drug comes into the community with fentanyl in it, and people take it, they overdose and die. So I would like to get on the front end of that. Don't know how to do that. Don't know how to monitor. I mean, there is some harm prevention techniques of giving people, addicts, test kits to test their drugs for fentanyl. That's highly debatable, but it does make sense. It saves lives, so I think it's a positive thing. So I think that's probably the highlight for me. We have a lot of opportunities, a lot of people doing a lot of really good work. One of the things that I'm on the suicide, overdose, and fatality review team. I don't know if you know, we have one of those in our county. We have just coordinated with 4C Health, who has quick response teams, so we can get people into the ER to deal with the folks right when they're in the midst of their overdose and try to track them into treatment, get them help right away. So that's really important and happening in Howard County for the first time. They've been available, we just haven't utilized them. So trying to get the hospitals to talk to these people, to talk to mental health in the midst of the crisis is a very, very positive thing. So that's real good too. So yeah, good question though. Good question.
Thank you.
Surely.
You have a close relationship with the folks at Turnabout in Rushville?
Yes, I do. Yes. And they request funds, and we funded them the last 2 or 3 years for $7,500 a year, which is a big part of our treatment since we only have 25,000. So yeah, they're doing really good work. Absolutely. Yep. Good people.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
How many people or how many organizations request a grant from you every year? Is that increasing?
No, it's not. It's kind of been pretty much stable. Let me just pull up a document here to answer that question. I was just looking at 2025 last year, and this is not complete, but there were 6 different organizations requesting prevention education money, and that was excluding a third grant cycle, so there were more the last grant cycle. In the treatment, there were 6 requests, and then in criminal justice, which is our category gets utilized the least, because we only have two municipalities. We have KPD, Kokomo Sheriff's Department, Rougeauville, Marshall, and Greentown, Marshall. So that one doesn't get used a ton. We are seeing some newer ones, which is exciting. So I think that's important that our name gets out there and that we're here to fund and assist you guys in what you're trying to do to deal with this issue. So absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Rob, do you have any information on the percentage of our population, Howard County, versus other counties?
We traditionally run higher in overdose and in suicide than other counties. And I'm a modernist. I'm not a postmodernist. I'm a linear didactic thinker. I'm black and white, so I'm always looking for the silver bullet. And what I've come up in my research is it has to do with the industrial nation of our county, that the blue collar kind of mentality is more predisposed to those types of behaviors. But yeah, if we had the answer, we could do something about that. That's a very probing question. Yeah. So I think we're a bit higher. And when I look at the statistics comparatively, we're a bit higher. For other counties, proportionate to population.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if we just take our peer counties of Bartholomew or Kosciuszko.
Sure.
Or Hendricks. We run higher than they do.
A little bit, yeah, somewhat.
Okay.
And that's troublesome. That bothers me. I'm not real sure why that is. I mean, we can, look at anecdote afterwards and try to have decisions made based upon that. But yeah, there's no real solid data as to why that is. But yeah, a little bit higher.
Thank you.
Sure. Other questions, thoughts?
Appreciate all you do, Rob.
Oh, my complete privilege. I believe in what I'm doing. I think it's very valuable and meets the need in our community. Thank you.
And appreciate you taking that over because it kind of.
It got a little goofy there for a little while. I've been
Yeah,
doing
it
this for
did.
17 years, so it's been a process. Yeah, yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You're looking good. I just want to say on the record, you're looking good too, man.
Thank you very much.
All right, thanks, guys.
Appreciate it.
Sorry.
Okay, so I think I told some of you that Judge McMahon had a conflict. So, not that I'm totally prepared, so bear with me, but I am willing to go in his stead and swap places for tomorrow. So, let me get the right page number. Wonder I'm looking at the wrong page. 49. Page 49, so this will be the county council budget and the general fund. So for personnel services, there is a slight increase. It looks like it's a rounding clerical error of $2 for the overall pay. If you multiply out the 26 expended amount, it's 91,994. We only adopted 91,992 last year, and so it looks like we were $2 short. So take that on my paycheck, please. So we'll do that to correct for 2027. And the supplies, we left that the same, $750. The 300 series, the other services and charges, there is a $50 increase for dues and subscriptions for the council because the AIC dues went up this past year. And we were $10 short, so we had to borrow that from the travel and training from the recorders budget, which we had. So we bumped that up $50 to try to hopefully cover the dues for AIC for next year. So grand total $93,994.52 increase. Anybody have questions or comments on that one?
Will there be any, maybe non-recognized yet costs associated with that must activity?
We are going to do our best to not have any costs. I know financial advising companies could offer to facilitate those meetings. I've seen a scope of work, and it's a large cost, and I don't like it, so we're going to do it in-house and try to keep the cost at $0 if possible. And
That'll continue on into 2027, or is that
so
finished by the end of
if
this
I
year?
understand it right, it's a one-year meeting right now to set the stage for 2028, when you will actually meet and adopt it for 2029. And then it will be annual after that, is my understanding. But basically, AIC is developing, they have a template that we can work off of, and once we meet with the municipalities to come to an agreement, we can document that, draft it. We'll probably need Alan to sign off on it, and probably the other attorneys for the cities and towns to make sure that it fits the smell test, and then we'll be good. So I don't anticipate any expense from the county side. That's a long-winded answer, but yeah.
Okay.
Good question, though. Okay, any other questions on that one? Okay, the next one on my list is 1233, the lit correctional facilities. Really, this is the sheriff's budget. There's a couple ones in here, so I'll call your attention to the Series 3, line item 31,200, contract services. We reduced that one. We did an additional this past year in '26 of $1 million to help cover construction expenses. We're now taking that back down to $0 for 2027 because we will have the new 1235 fund that I'll talk about here in a second. So we needed to run that one back down to $0. And once we get the bond proceeds, I hope to put that $1 million back into 1233 to make it whole. To get all that settled out. And then the other line item would be in the Series 4 under the capital outlays for jail projects. There's a $2 million ask for jail projects for the bond payment for 2027. It's the same ask that we did in 2026 to utilize some revenues in this 1233 fund to help offset our overall bond payment until we move to the new lit structure in 2029. So there's no actual increase, but those are the two line items that I think I'm supposed to talk about.
Where are you at, Daryl?
I'm sorry, page 105.
Okay,
I'm sorry, John. I probably didn't say that.
page 105.
Yep.
Thank you.
The Fund 1233, like correctional facilities. So the first one was Series 3, line 31200. And that's I'm requesting a 0 for 2027. We bumped that to help cover some expenses this year. So we're gonna cut that back down, and then capital outlays, the top line 47341, jail projects. There's a $2 million number there for jail bond payment.
Thank you.
Yep. Any questions on that? Okay, we can go to page 106, which would be the 1235 fund. So this is the new public safety lit that we initiated in the fall of 2025, where we are getting, between us and Kokomo, getting about $9.5 million a year to put towards the jail project. So there's under 400 serious capital outlays, we have 47342 principal and interest. We have 9.5 million allocated for the jail bond principal and interest payments. Any questions on that one? Okay, and then moving on to page 128, Fund 4801. This is the new fund that we just have established here this year. There's only one item in the capital outlays for jail project, 47341. Excuse me. And we have $14,735,000, and that number should match with what we just adopted last night with Barnes and Thornburg for the Howard County Jail Building Corporation Department.
A lot of money. Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of money, and we'll probably be debt to pay back on it here real soon.
Yeah.
So those are the four that the council has presentations on. If you guys have any questions, feel free to share and answer, ask them, I'll answer. If not, I'll quit talking and we can move on to the next presenter. Okay, I think that takes us to Michelle. Good afternoon, welcome to your first budget presentation.
Thank you so much, appreciate that. Okay, so I'm here today to talk about 9603 and 9605.
Do you want to start on 9603, or how do you want to handle it?
We can do 9603.
Okay.
Yeah. So with 9603, there were a few things that I did. The first one was for our youth managers. We do not have enough in that line to pay for all of our full-time youth managers. The reason why is because last year we were not fully staffed. And so we did not receive the whole amount, salary amount for our youth managers. I am very glad, happy to say that right now our full-time positions are full. So I am going to need that money to make sure they get paid. And then, obviously hoping they'll be with us next year also, we'll need to have that at that time also. So that's for 9603. The other line is longevity. So we were given $5,400. We needed $5,700. This could be because someone in the security unit now works down in shelter care. And so their longevity maybe was a little bit more than someone who left that space open. So we're covering longevity. When I talk about 9605, you're going to get some of that back. And then I'll explain how and why that happened.
Okay.
Before you go to 9605, how many, excuse me, you say you're fully staffed on youth managers, how many is that?
So I have 40 full-time youth managers. We have roughly 4 or 5 part-time staff. For right now, staying on 9603, I want to touch very quickly on postage. We were given 100. I would like a little bit more for that. We have a lot going out, everything's going up. Just asking for that amount there for that reason. Also, under other services and charges, which is, we were given $4,800. This is where we pay for our fingerprinting. Next year is our fingerprinting year for all of our staff. This is a DCS requirement. It does not happen every year. I believe it's every 4 years. It happens to be next year. So what I would ask for to cover those expenses is $5,500 on that 9603. Is there any questions for 9603?
And that's all for fingerprinting staff?
That
$5,500.
is also our new hires. So when we have an applicant and we're processing them, that their fingerprints come
But it's
out.
all for fingerprinting?
Yep.
Michelle, when you fingerprint them, do you run a check on them and make sure is that what it's all about?
Sure. So the fingerprints obviously are done by an outside organization within the facility. I run a criminal background check and a sex offender background check. They also have a DCS residential background check done on them. That one's obviously done through DCS, but the others, driving record, sorry. We do those in-house. There is a subscription for some of those, so we are still paying for those.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. We move on to 9605. Where do I need to stay?
I think one question I have, and I think it's probably an easy answer, but you've put money back into educational materials. I assume you just want that back to educate your clients or kids. Yep, I'm good with that if you want to move there. So 9605 is page 59 to 61, I believe.
So we'll start out with youth managers again on that line. Given $850,000 to be able to meet payroll, that will need to be $1,063,000.
Yeah, I'm not sure how this works. Are those youth managers in addition to the ones from the other account? In other words, I wrote down, I forgot how many you said you had. You said you had 40 full-time. Are these additional ones in addition to the 40, or these?
So 9603 is our emergency shelter care.
Right.
So those are for the staff that work in shelter care.
Okay.
And then the 9605 is going to be your secure detention unit, and that's money for their employees.
And then how many youth managers do you have in 9605?
It's 40 altogether.
Oh, 40 altogether, that's
40
what I was
altogether,
asking.
yes.
Okay.
Between the two funds, it's 40? Okay, so half of the 40 we spoke about on the 9603, half of that's going to be from the 9605 also.
Roughly staffing is split in half.
So it's 20 each. Okay, thank you.
Are we getting an increase in the number of kids that are entering shelter care or secure detention now? Do you know about how many we have?
So right now, I'm averaging roughly 9, 10 kids in secure detention.
Okay.
And in shelter care, maybe 7, 8.
Okay.
We are taking who reaches out to us within reason. You know, there are some kids we just, that's not our specialty. They're
Yeah.
beyond
The help that, yeah.
Exactly. But we are certainly more yeses than nos.
Okay.
What's that number?
Approximately, sorry.
Go ahead.
How many of those kids are from Howard County? How many are from out of county?
So in 2025, there were, in shelter care, there were 63 Howard County youth served, and there were 32 out-of-county youth served. For secure detention, 84 Howard County youth served, and 51 out-of-county youth served.
That was 2025.
Yes.
And then, okay, so the kids that come from out of county, what is are they charged a per day amount? How much is that?
They are. So our out-of-county, as of July 1st of this year, we did raise our per diem for out-of-counties. It's $175 a day, while other counties are $180, $200, and we even found one that was $300 a day. So we just kind of went there in the middle.
And that's the same whether it's shelter care or secure detention?
No, shelter care. We get paid from state level DCS.
Okay.
For our county kids, for out-of-county kids, the kids can be either justice involved, meaning they're on probation, or they can be CHINS children, so children in need of services through DCS. And right now, we get paid $612 and some odd change a day for shelter care kids.
All of them or just the ones out of county?
All of them.
612?
Get paid for secure detention.
We do not receive money for our county kids in secure detention. If Secure has 10 Howard County kids, those are $0 for bed days.
Typically, is there a split like you have on shelter care of in county versus out of county for secure detention or I don't know if there's, like a rough order of magnitude that we would say most of the time, if you looked at it, you'd say, what'd you say, there were 10 in secure detention and say half are in county or half are out county, or you can't put a number on it?
Yeah, it could be different every day. We have kids moving all the time, leaving, coming back in, moving from this unit to the next unit. What I would say is, as I looked at 2025's data compared to so far with 2026, we have less Howard County kids in shelter care and more Howard County kids in secure detention than we did in 25. So we've done this flip. Shelter care was full of Howard County kids in shelter care, and now it's kind of flip-flopped. So it's really hard to say, oh yeah, it's a 50-50 or it's a 60-40. I don't know that I could answer that quite as definitively, I think.
What would be the capacity that you could hold in each of those?
Sure. So how we do that is, for instance, I know that I have 18 beds in shelter care. I asked the program director to take up to 14, maybe 13 kids out of county. Because we never know what is going to happen in our county, and I have to have a bed for them. So we try to leave some open for Howard County kids, whether they be probation kids or whether they be CHINS kids. I do the same thing in secure detention. We have 19 beds, and again, sometimes in secure, we're leaving 5 or 6 beds open because that we can get that many Howard County kids at one drop of a hat.
So you're saying you would typically try to leave 5 beds open all the time in both sides? From the time a person is put into secure detention to the time they leave, is there any typical time frame for that? I'm assuming that relates to the courts.
It does. That has to do with their individual court case. For example, we've had kids, out of county kids, in secure detention for 2 years, 3 years. These were unique individuals. They had been either waived or they were direct file to the adult system. However, statute says that they cannot be within sight or sound of adult inmates. So we house them in our secure detention unit. So that would, like out of the box, but 3 years, 2 years, 3 years, whatever it may be. Others, 2 weeks. They get picked up on a Saturday afternoon. They're placed in secure detention. They have a detention hearing on Monday and they're released. That happens also. I would say an average would be about 2 weeks. That's usually when you're going to hit that initial hearing.
So if a minor was assigned to secure detention for some reason, but then was there long enough and became 18 years old, would the place that person is held, would that change to the jail? Or would that be an automatic kind of?
It is.
So as soon as there would be nobody in the Kinsey Center that would be over 18. Is that what I'm understanding?
You are absolutely correct. Yes.
And it doesn't matter male or female? So this may sound a little redundant. It probably is. But if you said an ideal number of I'm going to call them residents in both secure detention and shelter care, given that you've got, I think, 18 beds in shelter care and 19 in secure detention, what would you want that ideal number to be as a staffing person? Kind of, I don't know if it's even reasonable to look at it and say there's kind of maybe a sweet spot of residency. Let's call it the sweet spot of residency at Kinsey Center. Would you have a number that you think that should be at, and then what would be needed to get to that number?
So based on data and statistics, when we get to that sweet spot of 23, 24 kids, the number of our incidents go up, meaning behavioral issues on the units. We start having more call-offs from staff. The kids that we have, not only are they the most vulnerable population that we have, they come to us with mental health diagnosis that you are asking, I'm going to say lay people, to be able to work with them on a daily basis, to break some things down for them, to keep them de-escalated, to be aware of these signs and symptoms. So for us, honestly, a sweet spot is 23, 24 in the building.
Total.
Total. I would love to have every bed filled because I know that there are enough kids in the state of Indiana who need a bed in our facilities. I would love to. However, until we can figure out what we need to have in place to get past that sweet spot, that's what I would like to keep it at. Now, if I come in on a Monday and, we had a bunch of intakes, whatever, and we're at 25, 26 kids, I'm not returning anybody. Everybody's staying. We'll figure it out. And then within a few days, it start being released, and we get back down to that more manageable number.
What if somebody's behavior is so obnoxious, that term? Is there a place that you would send them? Say, wait a minute, you've ruined your opportunity to stay at the Kinsey Center. And is there a place that you would send somebody that, for any number of reasons, maybe you say, this person is such a disruptive influence that we need to send him or her someplace else?
So typically when that happens, what we do is we call what we call the placing agency. So if Cass County sends those youth to secure detention and they have spent 5 days in a row being so incredibly destructive, and I'm talking property damage, physically assaulting and causing injury to either staff or other kids, we will call that placing agency and say, this isn't working. We've tried, we are asking you to come pick up your youth.
But that would only happen if that particular youth was from a county other than Howard County, right? Or not
We
right?
may have had to have some conversations with our juvenile probation department. The beauty about that is they're in the same building that we are. So if we tell them that one of their probation kids is, really acting up, it is not uncommon for them to leave the probation department and head down to the unit to speak with this child. But for the most part, yeah, they're gonna stick around. And then probation is gonna work very hard to get them to the next place. We are not a residential unit, we are a holding facility. The kids are gonna go somewhere else. We're just holding them through the court process.
Michelle, go ahead.
I just want to say thank you for that information.
You said, I believe, currently 7 to 8 in shelter care, and I think you said 9 to 10 in secure care, which is quite a bit below the sweet spot. Do you ever do any, this might seem like a weird term for
marketing,
something like this, but yeah, do you ever do any marketing in other counties to get some more kids from those other counties come over?
Word of mouth. Historically, we have been what other counties would consider an outstanding agency. They are very familiar with the caseworkers that we have because they've been here for 30 years. We have a good reputation. And so word of mouth is what we...
So you don't really need to advertise to send your
No,
kids
and
out. They already know.
Although DCS does have, they call it their hub, where we go in every day at the end of our day shift and we'll write or put down how many beds we have available. So that they know when they need to place a child, oh, Kinsey has 5 beds, let's call them.
Okay.
Probation departments looking to place in secure detention really don't have that hub. So again, that's where the word of mouth comes in. All right, back to 9605. We talked about the youth managers. We also, the part-time supervisors. We were given 3,000, I'm sorry, we were given 30,000. We needed 30,900. The part-time supervisors, their money comes evenly out of 9603 and 9605. So those balances should always match. And that's all we're trying to do here, is to get that to match. This is where longevity, I'm gonna actually give you some money back, or we can say that I am. So for secure detention, we were given $10,600. We only need $7,700. Reason being, we had some very tenured staff who had left, and they were taking pretty decent longevity checks with them every year. So they are gone. We don't need that much money in longevity at this point. Looking at repairs and maintenance, we were given $600. We are asking $5,565. Our building is old. It is as old as the jail. We are also having issues with our heat pumps and cooling towers working when the seasons change. We have been told by Irish they do not know how many more times they can find a part or parts for those cooling systems and heat pumps, because they're no longer in existence. So they work very hard to find us parts that do work. I would just at least like to put that on the radar, and I appreciate Bill Stone Street speaking on behalf of the youth center as far as our roof and gutter situation. The building is in dire need of some attention. We have needs for that building, so that would certainly help us with our daily struggles of keeping things working appropriately. Again, we are audited by DCS and by DOC. They come in and see certain things broken, not working, thermostats not where they should be. They'll ask nicely once for us to repair, fix, whatever. But of course, they're going to keep looking at that, and we certainly don't want it to come back up again. So that's why we were asking for that there. And then the other services, again, it's just the fingerprinting, just like I had explained for 9603.
Mr. President, if I may? Michelle, just to make sure I'm writing down what I think I heard, make sure I'm hearing properly. On the 9603 shelter care, in 2025, Howard County, we had 63 of our own kids taken care of in shelter care, 32 out of county. And you have any one time 18 beds, but you don't want to fill 18. You want to leave 4 or 5 open all the time for Howard County kids. The rate for each kid is $612 a day. Is that in county? Howard County doesn't pay anything, but if they're from out of county, they pay $612 every day, is that right?
Because state level DCS pays for shelter care beds, we will also get that per diem for Howard County kids.
Okay, so the 63 kids from Howard County, we got reimbursed for that, $612. Okay, thank you.
I have one other question on referencing this, I guess it's Fund 32-630. It says detention alternatives. Could you give us an example of what a detention alternative would be?
Yep. So, detention alternatives are, we use that for some of our programming for secure detention. I do believe we also take some of the ankle bracelets that our Howard County youth are placed on. That also comes out of there, that's a detention alternative, meaning they can now go home instead of being detained. They go home on an ankle monitor. So that's some of the things that come out of there.
Similar to maybe an adult would be on an ankle monitor too? Thank you.
So you talked about Bill Stone Street in the facility. Is that on him to repair the facility based on a request that you make to him? Okay.
So the work that we're starting with, which was patch the holes in the roof, and then start on the gutter work. That's on me, and I have the money in my budget this year.
Okay.
To pay for that. However, anything going forward,
Yeah.
I don't know that I could find that.
I'm just making sure. I didn't see it in the budget. I couldn't remember how we handled that facility in the past, if it was on you or.
Well, as I recall, Bill said that you have your own, basically, maintenance staff that, he said they take care of all the buildings except Kinsey. Yep.
Yes. Yep.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? Nicely done. Thank you for the explanation.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Great
you.
questions.
Yeah, thank you for
Thank you.
walking us through it.
Thank you.
All right, I think we'll have Mickey come up here. We don't have a break scheduled, but I think after her, it'd probably behoove us to take a break before the sheriff does his song and dance for one last time.
Last dance. You got that last dance?
Serenade us.
Hi there. How are you? Let's see.
Yeah, well, I feel like I'm creeping over into your space. Do I need this?
Thank you.
I knew it was coming.
Thank you. You look nice on Facebook. You look like a queen on Facebook.
Thank you, Mickey. Good afternoon.
Present my 2027 budget. Has been approved by my board. So for one opposing member. We've had some increases. First off, I want to say thank you to the sheriff and his road crew with Jameson. They have really helped me out the last couple of years with mowing. And I appreciate that. Everything they've done. Amber Toll and her guys have helped me this year with moving the gravel out to my new location in Greentown, which has saved us a bunch of money. I appreciate that. And then Stone Streets have one of his guys out to help me when I need a water heater replaced, so I can have a fire guy out there. So I want to recognize those three departments for There's been some increases across the board with my budget due to there's employee raises, of course. I have increased my part-time and the health insurance, because I think there's gonna be some changes coming up in a couple employees' statuses. So we may be picking up another individual or whatnot on, not employee, but just like, I think, go from a single, maybe a family. I don't know yet, but I just want to be prepared. My office supplies have stayed the same. The increase in our services, of course, are for contracts with our recycling hauling. And then we did increase the programs, which include the tires, electronics, the sharps. We did receive a $10,000 grant for tires this year, and we had a massive collection for Earth Day in April, kind of in with the city. They did their collection on one weekend. For the next week, I think we did a 3-day collection of no cost for televisions, no cost for TVs, and we got bombarded. And I'd like to do something like that again, possibly this November. Our education, municipal, and other is up $50,000. We did set up the new location in Greentown out on 900 East 50 South. It's just south of Holiday Drive on the west side of the road. We've put about $100,000 in application with gravel and leveling, fence, security, everything else under the table. We can put it out there, but it's been a really good location. And we've had very good comments about it. I think the neighbor complained, I guess they were there 5 o'clock yesterday morning dumping. So, of course, I called the contractor, but other than that, we've heard really good things about the Greentown location. We are looking to do possibly another location in the northwest section of Howard County, and those funds there is looking to do that. So basically the same thing, the fence, leveling of the property, put security up, gates and all that, so that is why that increases up $50,000. In my building and grounds maintenance, we have not done any maintenance to the grounds out there. We've been out there since 2007, and there are 35 arborvitae trees that are heinous. So we're gonna pull all those out and possibly put new ones in for the north side border of the property line. We have the compliance officer with here assisting in funding for the county for the planning commission of $19,000. We did put that in our budget for this year as well. And just some little things, payroll services, of course, we increased due to the raises that I put into my staff and myself. Memberships and subscriptions, now that we have to purchase subscriptions and memberships every month instead of just buying software, the hardware, and being done with it, we have to do the monthly subscription, so that has increased. Other than that, the budget's up about $150,000. I can entertain any questions, comments, complaints, or I can. Oh, we did have some drama this year too. We've had $9,000 in work done to the siding on the front and back side of the front building. We had wind damage. Insurance only wanted to give us a couple $1,000, so the board went ahead and allowed me to just replace it since it's the original from '87. We had $7,000 worth of damage done to some lovely kids that live just north of us who decided to play Let's See How Loud a Pop Can Sounds on a brand new Dodge minivan and rocks and marbles. So there was $7,000 done, damage done to the van we had to pay for. Other than that, I can't think of anything else. Daryl, you? Any massive things we spent that I'm forgetting?
No, I think the site in Greentown has been a huge upgrade. It's something that's different. The district's never gone to this extreme before to take care of a site, and it's been a good change.
It's clean. I can't believe how clean the site is. I can't believe how nice it is. I mean, you think you pull in and pull them into the dump. It's not. It's a nice, clean, aesthetically pleasing drop-off facility for your recycling.
Yeah, so I think we're building a nice model of some continued improvements across the county if we can keep finding sites to do this at. So And I guess I would clarify that the board did okay the budget with the county council needs to approve it as well, but the board would like to match whatever the county does.
Correct.
I believe, with the recommendation. Did I say that right, Jack? Basically? Yeah, so.
Yes. Or unless you know you like me better than any other office, I will not complain if you decide to do a little more. I get it.
Sheriff Bluff, right?
That's gonna be hard to follow, Sheriff.
She is our favorite department head.
That's not why you voted no. I know why you voted no.
Hey, Mickey?
Yes.
What is your revenues for, your projected revenues for 27? Or your revenues for 26?
My controller has those, I don't know.
Okay.
Our revenues continue to grow as far as the district, I say our, but, yeah, the levy is growing.
Maxed out, max levy.
Yeah, we're growing, and so we've had those conversations, and so that's why we decided to put more money towards the drop-off locations, because it's sustainable and makes sense to do.
Okay.
And we've only caught one person dumping wrong stuff, and of course, we nip that in the bud pretty quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's
But,
really
I mean,
nice
there's
with,
been nothing left out on the ground or, any issues like that.
yeah, with the cameras, we're trying to catch people that are doing illegal things or not right things out there, and then we can at least try to catch them and contact them and say, hey, let's not do that again.
Jump in there and get it. No.
Yeah.
Well, if I could say anything, I'd like to see more televisions picked up, more LED televisions picked up, because
We
people.
don't pick them up.
Right.
I don't have the staff and manpower to do that. The city does. They're not supposed to pick them up, but they do pick them up, and I end up disposing of those for them.
I'd like to see the department stores that sell the TVs add a surcharge to pay for this in advance, so that it'd be easier for them to get rid of, because we see a lot of televisions just leaning, they end up being broken and
Well,
part of
same for tires. I mean, there is a
part of
fee.
the ground.
You pay the fee when you get your tires for disposal, and people are
Yeah.
like, I'll take those with me. Well, then they end up having to pay twice. You're paying for when you buy them, and then you bring them out to me, you're paying for them again.
Yeah.
Because it's not free to get rid of them.
Yeah,
But yeah, I mean, that's starting at the state level.
yeah. The state level. Yeah, another one, okay. Thank you.
Yep, you're welcome. Anyway, I read through the numbers in there for the landfill diversion numbers, what we've done the last year too. We recycled just shredding of our office, because we do personal shredding. We did 3,300 reams of paper with the tonnage that we've had come in. So, I mean, it's crazy. 12,000 pounds of batteries, 5,800 gallons of paint. Just some little facts there, of what's been brought in.
Is a ream actually like one of those boxes if you bought?
That's a case.
That's a
Ream
case.
is just one of the little.
Yeah.
That's a little, one of the front of the side. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
300 sheets or something like that.
I'll tell you, have a good staff. They're always nice and friendly and helpful. And I'm glad you're there.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Yeah.
Anything else? Thank you. Have a lovely day.
Thank you. All right, let's take a quick break and get ready for this.
Get ready.
I had anything clever to say.
And she had emailed I ran downstairs and said, I want to get that done so we can resubmit it.
Okay, I think we're all back. Sheriff, the floor is yours. You have a presentation first, or where you want to go, but we'll follow you.
I don't know where we go. I'm going to start with, I think we just need a motion, John, to accept it as presented. And Stephanie said I had to be done by, what, 3:05? I'm going to be done way before that. 3:10? No motion? No second? Okay. It's a pleasure being here. It's been a good time, Frank. So,
Likewise.
do what?
Likewise.
Likewise, it's been fun. Last one, so, it's like I used to tell my kids, I said, I still love it, just don't like it all the time.
Phil, are you feeling a bit nostalgic?
Yes,
I know.
nostalgic, yeah, just a bit. Page number 8 is where we're starting. Fund 1,000, general fund. Couple things, looks like line item 11408. So I know, let me back up a little bit. I had Stephanie that Monday, kind of comb through the budget, and she identified a few things that maybe needed to be added to or detracted from. So I'm gonna bring those up as we go along too. Not a lot, there's a few things that we looked at, so. Anyways, the first one is line item 11408, court security. It sounds like this might be a PAC issue. So the court security officers are correctional staff. Our correctional staff make a little bit more than they do. They're $52,185, I believe. And our court security is just shy of that. So I'm asking to increase the court security, correctional staff, all the correctional staff to the same salary. That is the first. So that would take it, that would cost $11,835 to get 9 staff up to correctional. So it's 449,730 to, I'm requesting 461,565 for 9 correctional staff. Actually, they're at 49,970. So if that needs to be a PAC issue, obviously we'll take care of that at that time.
I would suggest that.
Yep. Next one is the line below that, 11409. My overtime court security, need to increase that by $1,000. We have $4,000 in there now. Need to increase that. We've almost spent $3,000 just through half the year. So for next year, I'd like to increase that to $5,000, so add $1,000 to that. The next correction would be 11,700, line item 11,700. That's part-time. I'm going to change that to keep that at $20,000.
You want to keep it at 20?
Yes,
So you're reducing it by 5,000?
yes. Now, I hope after the budget session's over with and they get a huge raise, I might have to, might have to come back and adjust that later, but right now, keep that at $20,000. Line item 11907, overtime, keep that at $100,000. And that'll be another caveat to, once we get a huge 10% raise this coming next year, we might have to adjust that over time.
What percent
You
did
got
you
laughed
say?
out, did you? Nobody's looking at me, so I think maybe it passed.
I hadn't heard that yet.
So huge is 10%, and a huge would be what?
20 is fine.
Huge.
And I think this is a packed issue here. Line item 11921, matron. Needs to be paid the same as a deputy, like it had been for years and years and years until the last couple. So Deputies pay is $66,837. That would take it up $6,124. That would be a packed issue, sounds like.
Is that a statute thing somewhere?
There is. I'll have to show it to you.
That's all right.
I would tell you it's fairly vague. So,
Okay.
But I will be more than happy to show it to you.
Thank you.
And your matron is Christine?
Christina.
But are there duties that go with the matron that's different? I mean, we've discussed this in the past.
Many, many times, yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. There's quite a few other duties that what she does. We'll save it for
Save it for, yeah.
Yeah.
I could talk all afternoon about Christina, so.
Yeah, she's a good girl.
Next line item looks like 11,929, which would be specialty pay. We decreased that by $3,000 to $65,000. The next line item would be 12108 longevity, increases to $55,500.
Sheriff, when you back up to the specialist pay?
Yes.
11,929?
Yes,
That's to reduce by 4,000?
3,000, I'm sorry.
3,000.
Yes, that's what I already requested, so that's not a new number, that's what is on here, 65,000.
Thank you.
Looks like the next line item is 12130, shift differential. I know Stephanie brought that up, but if we're fully staffed, as far as patrol goes, I think that puts 999, and that adds a position to our midnight shift back. We've been short a little bit on that midnight shift. So that brings it $1,250 to a total of $23,750 is what we're requesting for shift differential. Next line item I have is 23,210 gas, oil, and lube. I'm still gonna ask for 225. Right now, we get 215. I'm gonna ask for 225, just for the unstable gas prices. I know Stephanie kind of looked at it and thought maybe we could survive with 215, but just don't know what, my crystal ball is a little murky for what 2027 is gonna look like. So I'm asking for $10,000 there to 225 for gas, oil, and lube. Line item 23230, batteries, that way we could change back to 750. That is on the fly change. Line item for batteries 23230, keep that at 750. My office supplies is 23,600, line item 23,600. Need to increase that by $5,000 from 10,000 to 15,000. We've spent so far already $7,169. I think 15,000 it probably would be good for next year. Next line item is service contracts 31210, 31210, service contracts. Quite a bit of jump. This would be the biggest jump probably in the entire, well, not quite the entire thing, but from 160 to 310. That is a lot to do with Axon is increasing. So Axon is our tasers, Axon is our evidence, or our interview rooms, Axon is our body cam. That alone is $90,000 a year. Service contracts.
So they're increasing their Rates 93,
No.
94%.
No, they are not. That it is, that's what the largest lump sum of this is $90,000 is Axon. So several of the things over the years, we've taken service contracts and taken them out of the commissary account. Well, after, I think I've explained that a few times to everybody about the FCC cutting that commissary, probably a little bit more than half down, and we had to kind of juggle a little bit out of there to put in service contracts, and those it kind of falls into service contracts. Like I said, I'm just pointing out $90,000 is our Axon. And soon we'll probably jump more. I mean, we do an à la carte now, and don't ask me to explain what all the à la carte is, how many gigabytes and gigabytes we have in there. At some point, we're gonna have to do unlimited. That increases quite a bit as far as unlimited storage. So, a lot of videos, a lot of photographs, a lot of evidence.
Includes
we have in
your,
there. That's
dash
body
cameras,
cams,
body cam.
and body cams, tasers, and our interview rooms as well. With Axon. Postage would be next, 32120, increase that to 18,000. That's a $3,000 increase. Can't remember what stamps are going to now, but it's going up. Next line item is travel and training, 32130. So I'll bring it up later, but Fund 2508, I think I brought it up last night, matter of fact, that fund is, we had to do some switching just to make that fund whole. So that $10,000 goes away. Basically, I'm adding that $10,000 to our travel and training here to make it $23,750. So the LEAF fund that we've used for quite a few years, Fund 2508, is really no longer until it builds itself back up.
So that's line item 32130?
32130, travel and training.
You're asking for 23,750?
Yes.
Okay.
That's 22.
Oh, I'm sorry, 22,750. Yes, 22,750.
All right, thank you.
Cellular phones is the next, 32,160 to 32,500. That's what I requested already. Utilities will be next, 32202, 75,000. We have 60,000, I'm sorry, 600,000 this year. Looks like halfway through the year, we've already spent 308,357. So I'm adding $75,000 to that just to see what kind of increase in utilities will be for next year. Next line item would be 32330, $500 there, to change that to $1,500 there. The question was, we haven't spent any money out of that, I realize that, but we have subscriptions that my detectives and task force use. We are moving those subscriptions into this line item, so that's why I was adding $1,000 to make it $1,500 total. That's by criminal investigation services.
So that's criminal investigation services and subscriptions.
Subscriptions, yes. LexisNexis, some other subscriptions that we have for those guys to do their job.
Thank you.
Next line item would be 32520, motor repair, from $15,000 to $30,000. I think this year, I mean, it has been a very unusual year, and I know when Stephanie dug through it, she identified the same thing. We've had quite a few transmissions go bad, so we've been beg, borrow, and stealing everywhere to get money for that, and I'm just trying to help that fund out. I think we wiped that fund out just with 2 transmissions that we had earlier. Now I think we've got another one at the shop, I believe, just from a couple of days ago. So I don't know. Crystal ball says we might add a little bit to that to be on the safe side. Hopefully our transmission flows will slow down, to say the least. Last line item for this is 35220 pension, and that drops by $7,549 from $699,395 to $691,846.
Does that include the 13th check?
That includes the 13th check, yes. That is correct, it is.
That is the amount of the 13th
That is
check.
the amount, that is the pension, what it covers, take care of the pension and the 13th check
Plus,
as well.
yeah. It's not
Right.
13th check.
How much is the 13th check calculated at, do you know?
It's roughly 85,000.
Thank you.
What causes it to drop? Somebody died?
I'm sorry, what caused it to drop? It actually dropped because we are more than fully funded in our pension plan, actually, which I was very happy to hear. So I know a few of you got to come in June to our presentation for our pension. And good news, we've had very good investments. Craig Dunn has done us a fantastic job with the investing. And then we have more than funded our pension. Not, I say more, as in, John, if you remember, was at 103%, 101, something
Yeah.
along those lines.
Very fortunate.
We've been about 94, 97%. And I think the investing has really helped us. And I don't know, we were at 22%, I think. Got a 22% rating increase. So that was a pretty good deal.
It's
That has helped.
very, very fortunate,
Yeah.
and it's a good thing.
So yeah, we're lucky that there. Like I said, we've always been pretty darn good, pretty close to 97%, but we've got over the hump. That's probably better than a whole lot of sheriff's offices. That's all I have for general fund. That's the most notes I have. So it gets easier as time goes on.
Got 1 minute.
Do I?
Got 1 minute left.
Got 1 minute left? I'd say I'm waiting for the motion in a second, and we'll be done.
Well, we'll see you in the morning, okay?
Do I?
We'll see you in the morning. You may still be standing there.
Oh, you want me to
okay?
still be standing? Okay. You guys can leave, I'll stay. Page 54, if we're ready to move on to Lit Fund 1114. Page 54 is my book says. First line item I want to talk about specialty pay, line item 11929. So for years and years, we've had two line items for the correctional staff. Am I on the right page, Darryl?
Yep.
Page 54.
Say
Starting
the
off.
line item again?
Down at the bottom.
Line item 11929.
Oh, it's not in numerical order. No wonder.
I'm
Okay.
sorry.
No, it's not your fault.
11929. So the reason I'm bringing it up first is there's two line items, 12191, 12191, and 12192 have been our firearms with the correctional staff and our field training, our correctional training. So my other two divisions have specialty pay that covers the trainers and the field trainers and those kind of things. This basically lumps everything and have specialty pay across the correctional division, specialty pay across the deputies, and specialty pay with dispatch as well. So this takes two line items, just says put it into 11929, which is our specialty pay line item. And it actually dropped by $2,000. So those two line items combined were $45,000. I'm dropping it down to $43,000. So the line item 11929, 43,000. And that's why you see nothing across the line, because we haven't had it before. Basically, we're taking two line items, moving it into one. That puts specialty pay across the board. clear as mud.
Now, where's that line you're moving it to?
Yeah.
11,929.
It's underneath 11,
Specialist pay.
Yes,
or
specialist
12,191.
I don't know if my order, mine is the same order as yours or not. I'm running under 11,916.
I think
Okay.
Line item 11,929 is 43,000. Next line item, if I can, I don't know if I can move on. 12,008, basically putting part-time back into the mix of $40,000. You haven't had it for a while, put a part-time person back in.
You think you can do that and get someone for that?
Yes. Next line item is 12108, longevity. That increases by $7,500. I know increase is not fun, but I think those are the best. If you want to celebrate anything, longevity pay is the best to have increased because that means we have people staying longer. Right, Frank?
Yeah.
Next line item is 12190, shift differential. And we can keep that to 38,000. So I think that is a change for you. Shift differential, 12190.
Sheriff, on the longevity pay,
Yes.
that's because you got increased staff and they've,
Yeah. After 3 years, they actually, they don't get longevity pay for 3 years.
yeah.
So that's when they start collecting longevity pay. It's $100 a year. So like I said, that, of anything, that's, to me, that's the best increase to have is longevity. Because that
Yeah,
means
that's,
people are staying long.
that's kind of like a fixed cost, really, when you
Yeah.
think about it.
It
So
is.
it's just, is what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
I'm just trying to celebrate the victories, John. Celebrate the victories.
Yeah.
Have
Yeah.
more people stay longer, that's a great thing.
Yeah.
And that starts at 3 years?
Starts at 3 years.
3 years of service?
Yep. Yep, gotta be here 3 years first. Next line item is 13310, uniforms. I think we can keep that at 83,750. Uniforms for correctional staff, 83,750. Next line item I have is 23,600. That is office supplies. Again, want to add $5,000 for that. Looks like so far of the 10,000 I have, we've already spent over half of it. It's 6781. So we're trying to increase that to try to match that.
That's line 23600?
23,600. Office supplies increased $5,000 from 10,000 to 15,000.
Okay.
I don't think that's a change. I think that was already there. Last line item I have on this is 23710, or 23741, I'm sorry, 23741. Inmate articles. To keep that at, instead of 30,000, we're taking it for 15 to 20,000. So increase it $5,000 to, from 15,000 we currently have to 20,000.
Sheriff, did you skip, or did I just miss line 23,740?
23,740.
Yeah.
No,
Inmate clothing.
Yeah, I'm sorry, that's care of individuals, inmate clothing. That's correct, that's 15,000. No, I think that stays the same, 15,000.
So it It was 10,000, so keep it like you
So
said.
I want to do it 15,000, sorry. On my sheet, I had it 15,000. So I didn't mark a note there. So 23740, 15,000.
2025 it was 15,000, 26 it was 10.
Oh, 10, okay, that's why maybe asking to increase that 5,000, 15,000. And that's it for lit 1114.
For, maybe you covered this one, for 22530, equipment repair supplies, it looks like there's an increase of 5,000 on that one as well. To 55.
Give me that 22530.
Mhm.
And that is correct, 50,000 to 55,000.
Okay.
If I would just hand the budget book over to Daryl, it would be a lot quicker, you just gotta do it. Anything else that I missed there? Next one is 1138, QCAP, page 71.
71.
Page 71 is what I have.
65.
It jumped, there was a couple that jumped around. I thought that.
Is that right, Jess? You have page 71, that's where I
Yeah.
had it. Everybody there, sorry. You get Brad. Building and structural repair 32,510 stays the same at $50,000. That was one of the funds we had to do some wrangling, taking some money out to repair a transmission. I think we ended up trading some money off of that during this year. Line item 40500, 4,500, police equipment from 80,000 to 100,000, increase that $20,000. That buys lights, light bars, I don't know, any kind of equipment I guess you could possibly think of. And a flashlight costs $3 to produce, but if it's a tactical flashlight for law enforcement, it's $125. I don't know why. That's not really that far-fetched, believe it or not.
Got that nice star on it.
That nice star on it, it's got a star on it, but it's increased. But anyways, police equipment from 80,000 to 100,000. And then sheriff vehicles from 250 to 270.
Is that a law, Sheriff?
I'm sorry?
Is that state statute that
What?
that you have to buy the tactical? I mean, is it just a catalog that comes to you and you got to buy it from there, or can you shop around?
You shop around.
Yeah.
Just depends on, some of the equipment we buy, we could buy off of Amazon, or some of the equipment has to be a little bit more specialized, like bulletproof vests and those kind of things, or light bars. Those are more specialized where they cost quite a bit. That was just a bad example of a flashlight, John.
Okay.
Sorry.
Like a hammer, right?
Yeah, hammer, the
Toilet seat.
military hammer costs
Toilet seat,
$600.
yeah.
Yeah. So those are a couple changes I had. QCAP 1138. I don't know what the sheriff vehicles are gonna do in 2027, but we're adding just a smidgen of a buffer there. To see what happens.
That's still going well, purchasing
That's
your own.
absolutely fantastic. Yeah. I think, how long will we need till we're out? 28, so we got 2 more years. It sounds like then we're completely out of the lease program. Getting closer.
Yep.
Just doesn't work well for law enforcement.
I don't disagree.
Dispatch 1170, page 85. Page 85, dispatch fund 1170. First line item I have to talk about is 11929 specialty pay. Sounds very familiar. Drop that by $500 to 8,200. From 87 to 8,200. The rest of it is a whirlwind. I've explained this to a few of you that I've personally talked to. So 1170, we are moving quite a bit from 1170 into 1222. This is to build up 1170 to use for our new dispatch center, for the jail, whatever I guess we need to do that with. Right now, we have a little over $3 million in that fund, unappropriated. So what this will do is move about $2.5 million out of 1170 into 1222. We'll talk about 1222 here in a minute. 1222 has about $2.5 million in it. So this will move, because 1222 is our 911 fund. And you guys have heard it 1,000 times before. That is very difficult to spend some money out. We can't buy office chairs. We can't buy paint because we tried that once. And so it's much easier to spend it out of 1170 than it is 1222. But you can easily pay salaries out of a 1222. That is a very easy expense to do. So as you see, I'm basically moving salary stuff out of 1170, and it's moving to 1222 for a year. This is not sustainable. I'm just telling you, it's not sustainable to do. But for the purpose, in a couple of years, we're going to have a new jail building, and we needed some contingency money, just in case. And we'll have a dispatch center. We're about 8 years on our consoles, so a couple of years of construction will be at 10 years on our consoles. It'd be time to buy new consoles anyways. So all new radio, all new consoles, very, very expensive to do. Don't have a number figure yet. I know Zach is going to be looking into that, but it's kind of hard for them to give us a number figure now, what a console is going to cost 2 years from now. But we're going to try to get close to that. So just to say, I've brought it up in the past, just to save money to be able to use the new building. So that's why the big move. 1170 brings in about $2.5 million a year. And Fund 1222 only brings in $654,000. So like I said, this is not a sustainable plan for more than a year, but this will give the next administration some leeway. The only thing I don't want to do is take this money and run with it somewhere else when we know that this is where it needs to go at some point. So this is, I hate to say rainy day fund, but it kind of keeps the money for any kind of problems that's going to arise. And we know that the dispatch center is going to be fairly expensive to get going. So that's the big move in 1170. Questions on that? Is that, like I said, I've kind of explained it a few times to some folks, but.
Yep, that makes sense. When I sat down with you a year ago, I said you may want to get creative with some of these things. And I appreciate you putting into doing it this way, because I think that'll help us in the long term, getting these costs under control.
I think it does. I think it helps. That means instead of trying to bond more and more money or whatever we need to do, well, we have some help here, so.
Yep.
Next fund is 1175, page 87. No changes there whatsoever. Asking for 38,000 out of our misdemeanor fund. I wish I'd have checked before I came, but about 70,000 or so, I think we have in that fund right now. We spent a little bit of money out of it, upfitting a van earlier this year, but I think it's around $70,000. So we're asking to draw down 38 to spend next year. No change in 1175. Next fund is 1222, is the one I show. Kind of already talked about this. But 1222. So you see there's quite a bit of increase in that. The main, other than moving salaries and such over to 1222, in line item 32160 is our communication line item. That goes to 585,000. So we had 395 in 2026, 395,000 in 2026. Our AT&T contract, if I remember right, our AT&T contract is up again. I think we're on, it's on a 5-year cycle, but I know Zach had talked to them to try to get it to do, lump sums each year instead of a big lump sum every 5 years. So that's something to work on. Like I said, luckily there is $2.5 million unappropriated in there to be able to handle that.
So that's line item 32160, communications?
That is line item 32160, correct.
And the added $190,000 is because the AT&T contract is due again, but that's just for 1 year, or is that for a 5-year?
I think it's a 5-year cycle.
It's a 5-year, that 190,000 isn't just for AT&T, a good portion of it is though. So the totality of that contract over the 5 years is roughly $400,000.
Mhm.
They have already agreed to split it to the 5 years. And they haven't given me a solid cost per year yet because we're still trying to figure out which system we're going with because the one that we currently have is outdated, so we're upgrading our 911 system regardless. But I told them that I've already submitted budget and we have to stay within what I've submitted, so we're looking at a couple different systems to stay within that realm. So they've already agreed to stay or to do the yearly instead of the lump sum. So
And this is
a majority of that increase is from the AT&T contract.
So this is just a yearly, the
Correct.
5 years been
Correct. So
cut up into
you're
5.
not going to have the once every 5 year random $400,000 increase anymore. So it should be a consistent from now on.
Okay. Thank you.
Once I have that solid number, then it'll be more consistent.
I apologize for facts being wrong. Any more questions on 1222? Next one is 1233, page 105. First line item to look at is 31210. 31210, maintenance and service contracts from 15,000 to 20,000. Maintenance and service contracts from 15,000 to 20,000. Then the biggest jump of all is 33740. Line item 33740, care of individuals from 250 to 900,000. $650,000 increase, but I think that gets us close to what we will spend, what we have spent in 2026, what we'll spend in 2027 and 2028. We'll have to wait and see. It'll probably be still close to that range.
And that's housing individuals out of
Out of county, correct. So that reflects a better number instead of us having to come back and do an additional appropriation and an additional appropriation and an additional appropriation. Hopefully we have a better budget there to handle that for the year. Kind of ebbs and flows as far as how many inmates we have out, so we don't know for sure. It'd be nice if we didn't have as many out, but we'll see what next year's is. That's the biggest increase, 650,000. The next one is Fund 2508. It's page 117.
Hey, Jerry,
I'm sorry, yes.
if we go back real quick on the contract services,
Yes.
doctor, that's gone up quite a bit.
That's for the full time.
Well,
Then
actually,
we added more nursing, right?
actually it did. I mean, it did, I guess, from the beginning of the year, but we already came back, did our 24-hour nursing, and then it's still staying $1,540,000. So, yeah, I guess at the beginning of the year it was 767,711, if I remember right. I'm trying to remember off my
Yeah, that's
memory.
right. Okay.
I had already changed it into mine. The annual expense for 2026 was $1 million, just a little bit over $1 million. So in my mind, it's
Okay.
already been changed. But
Okay.
yeah, we started out with 767, and then 24-hour nursing took that up. So I
Going
didn't
back-
hear about any increase, thank goodness, on my doctor contract. So I've been trying to avoid the doctor too, making sure we didn't talk. I've seen him, but I avoided him. I didn't want him to bring up that he was going to raise our contract. Yes, Frank.
Back to 33,740, care of individuals,
Yes,
and that's outside, sending them outside of the county, right?
that's correct. Yes.
Is there any assumption that the price for boarding them outside will stay the same as it has been for, and is there any, from your knowledge of other sheriffs and sheriff's association, that they may raise those rates? In other words, if it was $40 a day, I think you've said that.
Yes.
Is there anything that some counties would go to
Nobody's.
$60, $70 a day or something like that?
Only the way it would do that, that would be gouging your buddy, and I have not heard of anything such that anybody's talking about raising it up.
Okay,
So still $40 a day times however many inmates. So nobody's talking about that. That really doesn't cover the cost of an inmate, but that's what we do as far as, we're still trying to get our rate raised up for the Department of Corrections. My goodness, we had $35 a day for about 30 years, and then we finally got them to raise it up to $37.50, and then we're trying to get them to raise it up to $40, and then really it needs to be a lot more than that, but that's a little difficult to get the state to do. But right now, $40 a day across the board is what a sheriff will charge another sheriff. So don't anticipate
I think
that
there was some
changing.
guidance that the actual number, the state did this, is like closer to $88.
We figured it up as about 75. Indiana Sheriff's Association did a per diem figure a couple of years ago with larger sheriffs, mid sheriffs, and smaller sheriffs. And that just depends on medication and how long their stay is, and what, any kind of medical issues. I mean, there's a lot to do with that figure, but yeah, it's closer to $75 a day. Fund 2508, page 117, is zeroed out. We'll let that build up for the next few years, and then come back and ask for it again. 2508, we had $10,000 in 2026, but now it's zero. Last but not least is the road crew. And this is an on-the-fly change, so the first two numbers are 2,000 and 2,000, but the change will be 47,210, which is equipment. 47,210 is our equipment line item. Had it $3,000, and we need to increase that by 10 to make that $13,000. So we're gonna draw down $13,000.
Now say that again.
So originally I had it $3,000 for the expense, so 2026 is $3,000. I believe I asked for $3,000 in 2027. We had several expenses this year, so now I'm asking for $13,000 in line item 47210.
for total for that fund to be at 17K.
Oh, 17K, I'm sorry.
No,
Yes,
you're fine, I'm
17.
just saying, no, you're right, so 13,000 for the equipment line item.
Yes,
Between the 2, 3, and 4 series, the total for this fund would be 17, if they ask.
yes. Total will be 17.
Yeah,
So
which I imagine-
$2,000 in equipment repair supplies, $2,000 in equipment repair, and $13,000 in equipment, for a total of 17. That was a Stephanie suggestion, so if you're mad at anybody, look down through that. Don't be mad at her, she's fine.
I lost what page we're on.
Oh, I'm sorry, page 129?
13.
29.
129, Fund 4903.
No, you didn't.
I was tracking.
Okay.
Uh-oh,
Less than an hour.
mic drop.
That was not even prepared. That was called. Less than an hour. About that. Did you get there? I'm sorry, Frank.
Yeah, good.
That is the budget for Sheriff's Office for 2027. So I get the pleasure of setting a budget that I'm not even gonna deal with. There you go. And these guys have to just roll with it, right?
Yeah, but the flip side is you got to inherit a budget you didn't set when you
That's
first
true.
started too, so.
Yes, Steve Rogers set me up. So you have the budget totals. I gave you a single sheet. A couple of you guys already had this. Brett, I think you already had this. So I updated this to the figures from today. A total of $811,000 increase, but if you recall, $650,000 of that is one line item. So that's quite a bit increase in just one line item. So overall, it's pretty light.
Well, as a whole, I do think I know I told you this the other day, we've kind of gone back and forth on some of these things, but I think making that care of individuals number more accurate makes the most sense. So we're setting and adjusting for it now.
Yeah.
And my mind has been around $1 million, so you get it to 900 or whatever, you're spot on for doing that, so.
Yeah, we're set to do that this year, so. And it's probably better to accurately reflect, instead of, like I said, instead of coming back and doing an additional appropriations.
Yep.
If you were to advise Captain Buckley on how much time to spend on the budget, like, I'm assuming there's certain times of the year where more attention is spent than other times. What would you say?
What would I say?
Yeah, I mean, like, percent of your time that you pay a lot of close attention to the budget. Is it?
Boy, that is a hard question to try to equate something to that. I mean, I tell you, normally we start looking at budgets around March, April to see what has happened over the last year and start putting numbers on. I'll usually start putting numbers on a piece of paper.
And sometimes you make those comparisons with other sheriff's department, other counties and stuff like that.
We have done that before. But usually I'll get with the auditor's office and say, give me the budget worksheet. You know, especially around June-ish, I'll get the budget worksheet. That tells me how much we've spent up to that particular time, because we actually do look at those. I know Stephanie dug a little bit deeper even than that on each line item to go, you already spent half the money and it's half the year's over with, so this is about what you're gonna need for the following year. So we try to comb line through line to see what we spent, what we're thinking about, something's coming. I know sometimes those line items are off because we haven't spent any money as of July 1st, but we know we're gonna spend some money for our SWAT team, let's say, in September. So we keep that money there, and maybe by the time you guys get to see, we haven't spent a dime, but we know we're gonna spend something in September, whatever the example would be. it was kind of hard to go exclusively off the budget worksheet, but that's our best predictor of how much we spent so far the year, or the current year, and how much we need to do for next year. But Jordan's involved in it, has been involved in it for several years, so this is nothing gonna be a shocker to anybody, so everybody gets a little piece. So I usually start early and throw numbers on a piece of paper, and it looks good to me, then I let Christina hack through it, and then Angie finish, to let her see it, and then we'll let Zach look at it at the dispatch, what he has to do. Jordan for patrol, and then Matt for the jail, let them take a stab at it, and then throw it back on a piece of paper, and then I get real serious, or we all get real serious about mid-June, when it's due July 1st.
So the stuff about the dispatch workstations, if you will, or all the computers, TVs and
The
stuff like that.
NASA launch.
And you say
area.
that's like a capital project thing, every 10 years you try to renew those or
Yes.
replace them?
The consoles, I think, I don't want to misspeak, but I think they've been a little pieced back together. Some of them had some struggles, and they raise up and lower down, and sometimes the motor doesn't work real well, so. It's 10 years is about time. That's a lot of wear and tear. 24 hours, you'd think of 24 hours a day, somebody's been sitting on that, holding that darn thing for 24 hours a day for 10 years. That's a lot of abuse on one piece of equipment. I think 10 years is a pretty good time to last, but yeah, it'd be about time.
What about drones?
We're getting rid of the drone program.
Oh, come on, that's tops. Technology on
Technology
patrol.
on patrol, never, we would never get rid of drone program. No, that's.
Especially after that demonstration at Western.
Yeah. We used the drones yesterday on SWAT detail, so they are absolutely probably, in my mind, not because Jordan's here, but the best technology I've seen for a while. Just for officer safety wise, with those little things that zip into houses and put the lights on, and they're searching houses for officers that we don't have to send a dog in to get a dog hurt, if that's the case. And we darn sure don't have to send a deputy in or a police officer in. To me, that's probably the biggest technology boost that we've had in officer safety wise for quite
So
some
can
time.
they actually go in room to room and, you see on TV, they're running in the rooms, clear. Can the drones actually do that for
Yeah.
you?
Absolutely. You need
Jordan
to watch-
demonstrated that
you
out
need
at
to-
Western. He was in the middle school gym, went through what used to be the old middle school cafeteria, went in past the superintendent's office, down the hallway, and at each place, he's looking through his goggles, I guess you call them, and saying, hey, this is clear, this is not clear. And it was a good demonstration. It's excellent.
First Friday every month.
Is what?
It's drone training day. So now that you've stepped into retirement,
You train me on a drone?
yes, absolutely. But no, you need to see it, live.
Yeah, I'd like to.
But yeah, absolutely. Those, like I said, very impressive. The larger drones, obviously towering over top, that's a great picture. I think the best improvement in technology and officer safety is the smaller ones that go
Going
room
in,
to
checking
room.
the room.
Yeah, so, yep, first, get with him and he'll be tops.
Tops program.
Do they open the doors, or how do they get in?
I don't think, those ones that were supposed to break glass, that technology did work very well. Door's gonna be open.
Oh, yeah.
We open the outside.
However.
Folks were real happy about that yesterday, so we had a little SWAT exercise.
I heard that from somebody
To say the least, but with the city got some murder suspects in custody, and it was a good day for law enforcement, so it's a good time. That's my presentation.
One question I had.
Yes, sir.
If you don't mind going back to Fund 1233, I just happened to think of this as you were talking, page 105.
I've already shut my book.
Well, maybe you don't have to open it, but so for the contract services on the doctor, when we agreed to do that, there was some money that you were going to kick in from the commissary. Is that still included in this number?
Refresh my memory, I'm sorry.
So the contract services doctor for the 24-hour nursing, the ask is $1,540,000. But when we agreed to do that, I thought there was like a handshake agreement that you were gonna kick in, whatever, 25,000 or something from commissary every year. Is that deducted out of this number or whatever? Or is this the full contract?
That is the full contract amount. That is not deducted out of that.
But am I thinking right or not?
I don't remember saying every year. That is something that, let me go back and chit chat with the staff before I throw it out there on the table and see if that's viable to do, but.
I knew it was
Yes.
kind of questionable whether,
I knew we could do it the
Be
first,
long-term.
yes, to get it, make
Yeah.
it happen, but, let me do some checking and I will certainly bring that back.
and I can't remember if the commissioners helped with some of that too or not. Anyway, that's okay. Just,
I wanna say, I think the 30, yes.
Yeah.
30,000.
okay, that's fine. I
So-
just was curious.
Let me check, let me get back with you. I have my people talk to your people. It's been a pleasure for many years, most of it, I'm switching gears real quick. It's been a pleasure of standing here in front of you folks for the last several years, so almost 32 years in law enforcement. I still love it every day. Don't always like it, that's just part of it, but I truly appreciate each and every one of you for standing here listening to me yak for quite some time. I think I got a little bit more to do, so I'm not I don't have a number on my phone, it's not zipping through to December 31st by any stretch. We got stuff to do, so I'm not, it's not time to put the gun belt away just yet. But we got jail to start and some other stuff to take care of too, so, but I appreciate your attention, your help, your listening to, and helping us most of the time. Not always, but a big fat salary increase, Frank, for these folks for next year would be just fantastic, so. It definitely is deserved. 400 and some employees we have in the county. We rely on you 6 here today, but 7 when Tim will be back to help them out. So kids need braces. Kids going back to school, they need some help. So cost of living is going up. So I know I'm preaching to the choir. So, but at least I want to throw my last little jab in here to say, I don't think there's any county in the state of Indiana that's better than this county we have here. As far as what I've seen, and I've seen a whole lot over the years, travels around the state. As far as county highway goes, the sheriff's office goes, the auditor's office goes, the courthouse goes. Hands down, I think the best that I've seen, so I appreciate it. That has a lot to do with people sitting here, the commissioners as well. So there you go, there's my soapbox and my sappy little speech to finish it out, so.
I want to tell you
But I
that I
appreciate
was, I still am very, very appreciative of you sharing your Christian faith with the community.
Yeah.
On many, many occasions, in many places, and especially during great banquet weekends. And one of the most touching things I remember seeing from a great banquet weekend was one of the frequent flyers that was a guest at the great banquet giving you a big hug.
Yeah.
And that was powerful to me.
Yeah, we had a moment. That was a great weekend. I've been on, I don't know how many great banquet teams over the years, but it's always fun to do, so. We have some J-Loves going on at the jail.
Thank you for that.
So, but no, absolutely love it. Definitely not perfect by any stretch, Frank. Just ask my wife that. But I try. So, been a pleasure. Time to go home now.
Nice
You
job,
guys
Sheriff.
You guys have to be back here tomorrow at 8:30.
Nice job.
You got to ride the hog tomorrow.
Yes.
Yeah.
Savannah, Georgia.
Have a good trip.
Savannah, Georgia bound.
Have you still got Joe's bike? No?
Nope, sorry, sold that. I rolled into North Carolina to an Indian dealer, and I fell in love and bought it on the spot. And not even new to me. Yeah.
Well, Sheriff, I guess what I'll
Appreciate
say
it. Thank
is, changing subject, sorry. Over the last 6 years that I've been a part of this journey with you, I feel like we were a little bit at odds when we started, but over the years, I feel like we have worked very well together. Like I say, we can't always give you everything you guys want, but we try. And thank you for working with us, and likewise, I'm very honored to have the privilege to work with you. So thank you very much.
Been good time. And being on banquet team again.
Yeah,
Now that
that was
Frank
good
brought it
too.
up.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Well, somebody will see
Somebody
you
will.
tomorrow.
Safe travels.
Yes,
See him.
And nice job.
Yeah.
Nice job.
absolutely. We're going to miss you, that's for sure.
Yeah, good times.
I believe we will need to have a motion and a vote to adjourn or recess until tomorrow morning.
Mr. President,
Pick it
I
up
move
at
we
8.
recess until tomorrow at 8:30.
Second.
All right, motion's been made by Councilman Faulkner, seconded by Councilman Roberts. All those in favor
Sure.
of
Nice
recess,
job.
sign aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. All right, we'll pick it up again tomorrow morning. Great job, everybody.
Hey, what's
Apple. Really simple.
We don't have any, if we want to order something, if you guys want to order something, we can, or we can do our own lunch, or.
No, that'll be on
Recess.
Yeah, Howard Haven, that lunch is on August 11th. I can't wait.